I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack notebooks on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you so much for joining in. And thank you, Holly, for putting up the flyers. It's so important that all the awareness, guys, to get all of these flyers out and just share them around, you know, with people, because you never know. We never know what happens to these people. And I guess that's why we say they disappeared, you know, because we know that that's not the case. Let me just move myself over just a little bit so I'm in the forest. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So last night I was going over some just some research on, the Watts family, because I was really blown away that people were being so rude to them or just being so hateful. And I didn't understand that because I know what JLR did, right? This is what kind of got me to think about it. And then I thought, well, what else were people doing? Because people were saying that they were trolling Frankie really, really hard. And so I was like, why would they troll Frankie? Because I remember hearing his interview with the FBI, and he seemed like a really sweet guy, right? He is Shanann's brother, and he just lost his whole family, right? Like, he had tried to have kids and he didn't have kids. So, Shanann's kids were like his little kids, right? Like, his nieces were his life. He was about to have a nephew. Really, really sad. So, I didn't even realize he had a YouTube page. But the family has gone through a lot. And then also, I subbed up to Shanann's mom's page because she makes food over there. That's what Shanann used to do on her live streams. She would cook on her live streams. I think I've seen her make the mini cannolis like a million times. So I was kind of down into that rabbit hole, in terms of, does that fit into like the Krama stuff? Because, I'm working on putting together some stuff for the Krama genre. And Ann Reynolds, is so good to see you. And Stephanie, thank you for being here. I know, Miss Ann, that is very hard to quit smoking. Um, I know it is really, really, really difficult. Um, so we're definitely praying for you. Just, I know that I've quit before, and like candy gum is always a good, like, cheaper alternative. The thing is, the cigarettes are so expensive. And hello, Dawn Emery. So good to see you. And Lori is here and she's making Easter cookies. Lori, those sound so good. Like, I just pictured, like the sugar cookies with, different colored icing on top, the pretty colors, the pastels for Easter. So, and everybody, happy Easter as well. I mean, I know it's coming up, but if you guys are doing like egg coloring and all of that stuff is so fun. So I hope you guys are enjoying your family and just doing fun things that build memories and traditions, because, life is so short. Um, Sandy, good to see you. And Stephanie Williams is here. And Sandy, you had me cracking up. She's like, Chuchi, where are you at? No, I think Chuchi does a lot of stuff during the day. She has a lot of stuff coming up that we were talking about. That's why we were kind of trying to build up some more people to come in. But I think we do have a lot of mods. And mods, thank you guys for always being in here. And I know a lot of you too hang out in the bushes, so if you guys like can whack a troll from the bushes, that is amazing too. And I really I really appreciate that. Because I know I'm on the replay in a lot of places in the bushes, where I'm just listening, or on the live streams too. So, and Jen, Sandy says Jen said something today that was scary and right on. Yeah. Well, I love when Jen does her like retro video where she goes over something that she had said before. That's why she tells us write it down. And I'm like, okay, Jen, I'm putting it in my mental block, unless it's for one of the cases, then I'm like writing it down, because again, and I wanted to add it to my video for Will, but I was going to do an update video, and I was also going to call Jen and ask her how I can interpret what was on the map, like, correctly, right? Because I get what my interpretation is, but I also want to know what hers is. I want to know what you guys think, because it was scary, spot on. And I'm like, why do you always do that? So she's really good at what she does, guys, and the mapping and things like that. Numbers don't lie. That's one thing I've always learned in business when we would go on, first thing in the morning, the company, I worked for, we all got together, went over key performance indicators, which are the numbers, how everybody's doing, all of that. They never lie, right? They tell people how productive they're being. They're telling people what they need to do, what areas they need to work on. So the numbers don't lie. And that's the way I look at Jen's maps, is like numbers, and I'm not as good with numbers. So I just think it's amazing what she does. And yeah, she scares the crap out of me though. And it's funny though, but because I'll be like sending her eyeballs, or like the face with the little, blushy face, like, what is this? And because it's spot on. Hey, Holly, good to see you, Holly. And thank you so much for your super sticker. That's an awesome way to start the show. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, guys. Um, every time you guys do that, like super chats and stickers are amazing. So, um, I know, Miss Ann. Well, and if you can replace it with something else is always good too. Um, like, keeping yourself busy with something else. But I know it's hard. Aw, Sandy, I know, guys, it's so hard to quit. It's hard to quit. Hello, Lisa King. So good to see you. They were picked up by aliens, Seth. Oh my goodness. Hey, Falcor's dad. Good to see you. Hello from the Briar. Aw, that's so sweet. Thanks for being here. And thank you, Holly. I figured we just run the scroll. You know what I mean? Because it's already up here. So might as well stay in purple, run the scroll. We are going to talk about the Never Truer Word. Um, he makes videos. He's a creator, podcast, creator. And he's done 4 videos on Sebastian Rogers. We went over one of them, which was Katie's most recent interview, but this is going back to the first interview. And he also did an interview, or excuse me, did a video on Seth too. So I haven't watched it. I didn't watch this one really blind going into it. I listened to a little bit, and I just like how he takes the words and writes them all out for us so we can see it. Hey, Shadow, you know what I mean? So we can see everything that's being said. And that, to me, being more visual is great, right? Because we're actually seeing what her words are, not just hearing them. We can read them too. I don't know why, but that clicks more for me. So I hope it does for you guys too. And Cinderella is here. Hey, Cinderella. Aw, Don, thank you for becoming a new member. That is awesome. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I think you might just renewed, but I appreciate you very, very much. Well, gosh, guys, this is a great way to start out the show. I'll tell you what. Hey, Seth, and thank you always for being here. I know, another Easter, right? It's like these holidays really creep up on you, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of Easter themed, like good prayers and things like that out there. Also just good food and everything. And I know it's so difficult, Seth, and that's why I think we just need to put a lot of pressure on, because look, not a lot of people believe Katie. You know what I mean? And this is the thing, it's not a hatred for her, right? Because even like, I would never dream of going over to one of Katie's accounts and trolling her, even though I think that she's lying and she's not being honest. Same goes for Crispy. As fun as it would be to go over there and troll him, I think about it, because I've never done that really before, to go in there and just troll someone. But we've been talking about a lot of trolls, and then I was like, wow, why were people being mean to Frankie Rusek? And I'm looking it up. It's not that I hate Katie, or I just dislike the behavior, and it's frustrating to me that you're going another Easter without these answers, because I can't imagine just being at work and having the same scenario play out that it did for you. And that's devastating, in my opinion, because you're just going through another day, and then all of a sudden, don't be mad Sebastian's missing. I mean, yeah, and another Easter, another Christmas, and another birthday. I mean, you've had, I don't know if this would be three. Yeah. Um, yeah, it would be three. So, gosh, Seth, I know, Lori. That's what I mean. I can't imagine just getting off work and don't be mad and hearing that dumbass, say some stupid shit like that to me. I would be livid. I mean, I know you've gone through the range of emotions as well, probably several times. It's just, Peggy, so good to see you. Thanks for being here. My calendar is full of Jen's ideas. Oh, that's so awesome. Cinderella, I love that. Hey, Faye, good to see you. Good to see you, Faye. Um, she says, woo woo, a day live. Happy to see you, Lady Freedom. Hey, Tam. Yes, I'm doing a day live. I try to do them through the week, you know. So because I do like getting with the day people, and because the people will say, you're on so late, Lady Freedom, But I do like the night shows. We had a fun show last night. So today I wanted to get back into kind of analyzing, more too on Sebastian. Seth says I watched his interview of my interview, right? That's funny, Seth. I can't imagine that either. That's very different, right? Like who would have thunk, right? But yeah, so I don't even know which one he chose to do. Like I didn't even click on it, but I'm like, oh look, he even did Seth too. So but I know that we've even talked about it before, going over your old interviews too, because you've given us a lot of information, and then again, also people forget, right? And I think working that into the timeline and going back to the beginning is important. Like in terms of when you went on Betty's channel for the first time, I remember she was asking you some really great questions about how you felt when you walked in to Katie's, like when you arrived to Katie's house. What was going on, right? What did you see? What did you hear? What did you experience? So that would be interesting to put into a timeline as well. Yeah. Oh, Jen's channel is awesome. I know, Sandy. I know a lot of people are so enraged with Katie. I get it. I get it, guys. I'm just saying for me, I don't. I don't hate her. I just don't like the behaviors. I wish I could get through to Katie, but it seems like it's very difficult to get through to Katie because Katie has a lot of issues herself where, you can't just sit and be straight with her, right? Like I feel like I could sit and be straight with Seth, or I wouldn't want to deal, or if I didn't think he was looking for his son, I wouldn't want to, I mean, that's the point. We're helping, right? I mean, so for Katie, if I look at that situation, I think to myself, well, she hasn't been straight with anybody, so why would she ever be straight with me? And then Chris, I just don't ever want to deal with his level of stupidity, at me. So I hate the fact she's lying to us and Seth. Yeah, I don't like liars. Yeah, and that's where I'm at. Lisa, this is my thing. It's not personal, right? Other than that it's Sebastian and I care about him a great deal and I just want him to be found, right? Or we need to know what they've done. Because here's the thing. If I look at it as did a stranger take Sebastian, I can't say a stranger took Sebastian because there's no proof of that. What I have proof of is his mom being with him last. She says it, everybody knows it, and that's what I have proof of, right? I don't know even if Chris was in Memphis or where he was because we've never gotten proof. But I gotta say, I know exactly where Seth was. Exactly. We all do. We've seen the proof of that, right? I mean, it's like Seth got shaken down so bad, but in the same way, that's a good thing because at least we can say we've seen it. Well, I know that Seth was at work because we saw his timesheets. He was on camera all night. I mean, short of them making us watch a video where we look to see that Seth is there all night, we have more proof of where he was than anybody else, in my opinion. Seth did a very public polygraph test with one of the best that Nancy Grace says is like, the big cheese. That's what we know for facts, you know? And we do know that Katie lies because we've caught her in so many. Guys, I did like a 5-part series on all the lies from every interview, interchanging. I mean, it's an older one. But I think we need to do more of that because there's more combinations of deception and inconsistencies. I mean, there's plenty to go around. They needed time or he would have called inside. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. Oh gosh, Sandy, that's so funny. I know. I couldn't help myself. Those topics were hilarious that they were talking about. Were just so funny. Oh, I'm glad to. We need to do a little bit of silliness, right? We do. We need to do a little bit of silliness. I like when Josh reviews people. He does make me laugh when he does that. And it's like, I wonder if he enjoys doing it or if, in my opinion, the police is letting her saying to us, hola. Oh, yes, Faye. Oh my gosh, she pretty much, right? Really. I mean, and I don't understand that either because if I was the police, I would be very upset, because, well, for one, we're not supposed to lie to them. You're not supposed to, especially if it's an investigation of a whole child who's missing, a whole 15-year-old. I mean, we're not just dealing with like, I lost my dog, my cat. We're dealing with a person, Katie's son, right? I mean, I always use the babysitter analogy, but if she was just a babysitter, she would have been, on trial already. But I mean, that's his own mom. He's responsible, or she's responsible for him, Oh, Cinderella, it is. It's the best medicine. She says, laughter is good for the soul. I don't think a single soul believes her other than a couple people on YouTube who are probably just trying to get attention anyway. Yeah, I think, Holly, that is a big thing because there's both sides of the coin, right? If Seth decides to do an interview with someone, they're going to get a lot of views. If Chris and Katie go up on a panel, they're going to get a lot of views. Like if you see a typical day at the hate channels, it's not as rambunctious, right? It's not as robust as when they have those two idiots on the panel, right? Or something else that's popping off, So there's just, people like to go to their certain spots to get info. But yeah, I think it's a lot of attention getting. And I think also, I think Chris and Katie have told them a lot of information. Like one video I was watching right before I came on was one by 5D where he put some interviews together, right? I really enjoy that. So he had put he or she had put some interviews together, and it was like, why do Chris and Katie only hang out at the hate channels, right? Why are they over there? Why are they only hanging out with people who are unsavory, right? In real life, unsavory, like big crimes, things like that. And I think it's interesting that they're doing that, but I also think it's because they know that those people will keep secrets for them and turn the other way when they're doing wrong. They're not going to go to somebody who is trying to help, right? Because they don't, in my opinion, want to tell where Sebastian is, because I think they know where he is, and I hate to keep saying it like that, as if I know for certain, but in the same way, that's what the evidence is showing us. That's what the evidence is showing us. I think even the police know that because they're not looking for a stranger. If Sebastian was on a public platform, it would play out very much like Haley Busby's story, right? Where immediately they knew that they were dealing with someone she met online because there was proof of it. Again, no evidence or no proof is proof and evidence. Because if there's a lack of evidence, that means that someone tried to hide something, is hiding something. Yeah, that would be a good one. That would be a good one, Sandy. I know. I know. Well, I would like to go on a panel on Seth's. That's funny. No, and ask him questions, you know. But I mean, I think at this point, Seth has done so many interviews that there's a lot of information out there to even go over, which I mean, we go over a lot of statements from Chris and Katie, but that's mainly because we think that they're being dishonest. No offense for Seth, but it's a little bit boring, you know, because I already know, right? I'm like, I know that you didn't have involvement. For Chris and Katie, it's a little more interesting to watch because I'm looking for things. I'm listening for things. Not that I didn't in Seth's interviews, but it's just gathering information, you know? Yeah, but that was being spread. Hey, Lisa, that was being spread by Terry Lynn because she started that very early on. That Seth wasn't at work, that he could have been off camera for a time, that he was off camera, right? And she tried to say it was like 2 or 3 hours, but that would have never even been enough time to do anything because you would have to travel to and from. So, yes, I know. Stephanie says every day, I hope she changes her heart before she meets our Lord and Savior. Yeah, well, it's such a heavy burden to carry, Stephanie. It really is. It really is. It's so hard to carry any type of burden like that. That's everybody that has a conscience, that has a soul still. So either Katie is not agonizing over what's happened, or she doesn't have any remorse for what's happened. So there could be a couple of different things going on there, but I do think that she's holding on and carrying a big burden in the way that she knows and she knows everyone else knows. So that's tough in and of itself because that's very lonely. And then um all you have is a bunch of friends who are in the woods doing substances, while they say they're looking for your child. Someone who is so horrible, like just horrible in the way that their mouth is and the way that they carry themselves and the things that they say, that they were kicked off of a platform recently. Now I'm hearing that there's word that they're getting videos taken down on the other platform they're on. So, I mean, those are her friends. I mean, we even talked about that last night. You know, you are who your friends are, right? Guilty by association. And it's interesting that that's where they choose to be, especially when on paper they're Navy cadets. Sorry, seamen. All right. Sasha says exactly 100% what is occurring at 3 a.m. in the morning that night and who was there. It's looking like 3 people. Yeah, I think so. I think it's always been about 3 or 4, either 3 in the car, but why would you need that many people? Right? So, I mean, I get that there's got to be, eyeballs because they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. The more people that you bring, the greater the risk, in my opinion. But I definitely think Katie brought Sebastian out that night. If he got out of the house and he made it home that night, it was either she brought him out at 3 a.m. when all the activity was happening in the neighborhood, or she brought him out in the morning when she went out looking for him with their car windows up, right? I mean, just openly lying. Openly lying. So, okay. Oh, good to see you, Sasha. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I did see Mob's video. He's doing more on the common area and how everything relates. And that's where I'm like right spot on with what he is alleging transpired, right? Because he's even taken the videos that Steve Fisher and Clue and all and their crew um has put together, and he's made it to where he's debunked some theories, right, that they had, or some of the things that I'm going to say that they were trying to push, because I just think that their recreation is exactly that, like something that they personally wanted to recreate. It wasn't based on fact or the motion sensors going off or the fact that the videos were um how do I say this? Event activated, right? Like, so some cameras are rolling 24, right? Like, I just watched a video from Nate the neighbor's camera that was pointing towards the Watts driveway. And when I'm watching that, it's just the video rolling, right? It's not anytime there was an event that happened, like a car passes by and then it starts rolling. Now, what we're dealing with in the neighborhood on some of these cameras, and some of them are probably rolling 24, but I'm saying some of them are event triggered. And so when a cat rolls by or a person walks by or anything, or a light or whatever goes off, that's what's going to trigger the event to start recording. It's not just free recording, right? Or Katie likes to call it free balling. It's not free balling, right? It's balling when it needs to. Yeah, totally. Oh shit. Oh, UA is the queen of misinformation. But I will tell you, she's come into this chat and she wasn't rude. I let her chat. Um, I mean, and then she wanted to come up on the panel, and I said, I mean, it was already late. We were talking about the reptile show that they went to. It was when the reptile picture came out. And I emailed her and stuff back and all of that, but no, I just, okay, this is the thing. It's not that I don't want to discuss Sebastian's case with someone that I don't agree with, because everybody that I talk to about Sebastian's case, we don't specifically agree on everything, but I don't want to talk to people only that agree, because look, I'm not gonna try to fix stupid, and I'm not gonna argue with stupid, right? But if somebody tells me, okay, Lady Freedom, this is the proof that I have, and this is the reason why I think this, then I better be willing to say, well, this is the proof I have, and this is why I think this, right? And again, this is what we're trying to decipher: truth and what's true and what's not, and what's fact and what's fiction, or what's a rumor and what is really true. So, I mean, but with UA, I just know that she has an agenda. And again, I'm not going to fight with somebody who can't finish a thought, right? And I also told her that I know she was one of the ones that was trying to find out where I live and stuff and be creepy with me. And those aren't people that I want on my panel. I don't believe UA at all, especially who she hangs out with. Well, the thing is that, look, I don't have anything against Crabtree, and he has helped in other cases that I know of, right? So I'm not mad at him, but I do think that Crabtree and UA are very much on Chris and Katie's side, and they have a bias, like I do with Seth, right? So if they were ever wanting to have a conversation with me, I don't want to be Bobby the neighbor and then them recording it, even though I'm not going to say anything that I wouldn't want to get out because I already know they would record something, right? But in that way, again, I guess if they wanted to do a live panel, that would be a better option. It just seems like they try to do underhanded things and get people on their side. And if you don't want to be on their side, then they're going to attack you. So it's either you're with us or against us mentality. And I don't like that because, look, I can disagree with somebody until the cows come home. And if they want to go out and do a search, I'll do that, right? You take that area, I'll take this area. I mean, it's all the same to me. And we find that these cases do intertwine. And at a certain point, if you're really doing it for the victims or you're trying to build awareness for a missing person, you're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with people you don't particularly agree with, or maybe even you don't like them. Hey, Leslie, and good to see you, and thank you for the green hearts. Hey, Veronica, good to see you. Seth says good. I'm way behind in the chat, Seth. Hey, Scranton Strangler. Oh, good. Oh, yay, Scranton. I don't know why you didn't get a notification. I did put it on like an hour before. It wasn't like a last minute. Sometimes I do that and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to put it up, you know. So I know, Seth. I know, because you have done it. And that's the thing. I think that's why we should review your, what you said before, because you've already said it. And every time that I was looking for an inconsistency, because I did, I treated you like I treated Chris and Katie, I'm like, because that wouldn't be fair to Sebastian if I didn't, right? If I just had an automatic bias and I'm like, well, I just like Seth a lot more, right? I like Seth's t-shirt. He's better, I don't know why they, have chosen to take up for Chris and Katie, other than it's the opposite side of the coin, right? And that's going to get them clicks and views, right? So, I mean, somebody's got to talk to Chris and Katie. That was another thing that I kind of thought, like, is this for real? In the beginning, I'm like, are these people for real, or are they just having them up on the panel so that way they can be on the opposite side of things, right? Somebody's got to interview them. Hey, I might have even been naive enough in the beginning to interview somebody like Chris. That would have been a big mistake. Yeah, it is. Veronica, it's always been a huge lie, I might do a live stream on Q&A and I will think about it. Cool. Yeah. Hey, I think you should do it for Sebastian's Law. That's one way. That's one reason I would want you to come on a panel with me, Seth, too, because I think moving forward, that's what we have to do to move. That's what we're doing to move forward, right? We can't keep going towards the past. Now, I don't know. With all of this, all of the stuff we know now, it is good to look through the past. I will say that part. But in the same way, with what you're doing is really important, and you need to build awareness about that. In my opinion, I mean, we don't tell each other how to do the channels, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, I know. Well, and the thing is that we kind of can build a really good timeline. I want to show you guys really a timeline that we're going to be building out from the war room, the new Discord that I'm working on. I think it's going to be really, really interesting, and we can add and we can take away. You know what I mean? It's not set. It's not solid. I'm not going to portray that I'm going to come out and show you guys this, bomb ass timeline and look at this and this is exactly how it fits. We might come to that conclusion, but this is a work in progress. I want to take everything that's out there and that was said, right? But here's another thing. I don't want to use a whole lot of Facebook posts. And here's why. Look, we got this madman We got a madman. His name is JLR. Do you folks ever heard of him? No, I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is that JLR did so much fuckery out there with these accounts that I don't trust unless I go back and I find this person on Facebook and I can see that they're a live person and I want to see their freaking I want to see a life, right? I don't want to see some sock account. I don't know how he's put this shit together, but I have a feeling if you start sending, let me say this too. Let me back up. Don't send anyone, please, your grandchildren, pictures of your kids. None of these people on the internet deserve to see that. They just don't. Like if it's on your Facebook, sure. But I mean, look, this man was using other people's pictures, right? And you can use all kinds of pictures to portray yourself to be a person. And he was portraying other people and pretending like he was those people, right? In order to do all kinds of different things, exploit other people. So very, very dangerous and associated, it's catfishing behavior, just associated with very bad things. And he's all behind it. So on top of that, he is creating fake Facebook accounts and he is chatting as if he knows information. Oh, well, I saw Sebastian down the road yesterday, da 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 da. But it's not anybody real. It's all JLR. Right? You guys. So here's the thing. We're not going to base anything on that kind of hearsay unless we verified the source. Because I would really urge people to do that in Sebastian's case, because he has absolutely tainted his case by doing things like that. He's tainted every case that he's worked on by doing things like that. Right? He did horrible things in the Watts case. Horrible things. I would never imagine anyone even having the fucking time to do it. But he did it. And that's real. And we have to consider that now. And he's probably not the only one. Let's be honest. How do you think these people want to build up their Facebook groups the wrong way? By engagement, by making it look like everybody's chatting. Look, I don't have time for that. She's not going to admit it to anything, right? As long as the family's backing her. I believe that too, Seabird. Good to see ya. Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too. I don't think those people care about her anyway. I think they would turn on her in a heartbeat. Well, I think the elevated goof was like super close to doing it. Holly, I think he was like this close, like he was like something set him off, and that's not hard to do, right? That guy's a fucking hothead. So, but I will tell you what, I believe that he was about to drop a bomb, right? Like they've always known. And I'm sick of carrying the burden. But with that much pent up aggression and anger, but because you're dealing with a very toxic environment and they pretend like it's not. Oh, we're the dark side. We love it over here. Woo! No, you don't. Not when you have to wait for someone else, when you're live and then you have to go over and switch to someone else's live. No, you don't. Right? Because we all work hard on our channels. We all try to provide you guys with good content. So I don't believe that for a minute. And Scranton Strangler, thank you for renewing. I think you renewed, but of course you're always the Dragon Tribe, and thank you so much, Scranton. But no, they're not. It's no bueno. Oh, the clueless crew. Anyway, one can tell where the camera was pointing, dummy. Yeah, I know. I know. And that's the thing. Because of what Mob he already had made up, he was already able to debunk their theory really quickly, right? So he had done his own overlays and he had done his own research on the lights. And when they tried to pass them off as something else, all they really did was confirm more that they were flashlights in the neighborhood and not a trash truck and not this and not that. In my opinion, right? And we've been told otherwise. Yeah, she has an agenda, and it's damage control for the feet, right? But she doesn't do a good job because she forgets what she's about to say. You know, she'll be like, which we all do that. Yeah, we lose our train of thought from time to time. But she'll be like saying something, and you're listening. You're like, okay, that makes sense. And then the next thing you know, she'll totally drop off of it, like, you know. And it's like, what just happened? You still there? Hello, you know. So it's problematic to say the least. Sandy, we're referring to UA Crimson Tide, who is a creator. I think she's more of a TikToker, no? But she's on YouTube as well. Hangs out with Stephen Crabtree and SF, and that's another big part of the issues with Sebastian Rogers is that we have SF Investigates, who also was saying that it was someone taking their, you know, someone taking out their trash using flashlights. Again, he said it was flashlight tag. He's tried to give up every excuse as to why it's not a certain situation. Oh, Seth, yeah, I know. I get behind in chat. I know. I do. I think I'm caught up. Um she's drama liar in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that she wants to go to the drama channels, Veronica. And I'll tell you, the behavior that she shows, it's one of those things where if she was going to go to a channel to talk about Sebastian, in my opinion, it would be one of these smarter channels who is reviewing her. That's what I would do, right? Like if Deception Detective decided to say, you know, I think that you are lying and I invite you to have a conversation with me, I would be on the horn with Deception Detective right away. And I'd be scheduling a time to discuss my son's case with him. That's how you get a big awareness. That's how you can clear yourself in the public eye. They've never done that. Hello, KJ, good to see you. They've never done that, right? They would rather go to a panel and, you know, act like teenagers again, right? Ha ha ha, joking around, messing around up there, being silly, you know, all of that. Okay, so I have this that I wanted to show you guys. Oh, I did not make it into a video. All right, here we go. We're just gonna do a live review. Like pretty blind because I've only watched a tiny bit of this. Hold on one second. Just hold on a second. Okay. All right. So this is Never a Truer Word with Jack Fox, right? And we did one of the interviews, like I said, with Katie in the very beginning. Here we go. Let me go ahead and share the screen with you guys. All right. So Sebastian Rogers' mom and stepdad analyzed. All right. Oh, he did one on Stephen Avery. Interesting. I'll have to check that one out.
Hello, and welcome to Never a Truer Word, where we look at the words that people choose to use to see if they're telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and look to give you the confidence that comes with really knowing what people are saying when they're talking to you. In this episode, we're going to look at Sebastian Rogers and the disappearance of Sebastian. It's going to be an episode that some of you are going to love and some of you are going to hate the conclusions on this. But by the end, I'm going to tell you what I think happens with Sebastian Rogers. And we're going to do that by looking at the words of his stepdad and his mum as well. If you're new to the channel, what we do here is we look at the words. So we don't look at evidence, theories. I know there's been a load of other stories going on around this disappearance of Sebastian. All I'm going to look at is the fact that he disappeared at the end of February this year. He's still missing. And we're going to look at an interview that his parents, or his stepdad and his mum, gave 8 days after Sebastian went missing. We're going to look at the statements that they gave, the words that they use, to see if we can learn a bit more about what happened to Sebastian Rogers. For example, this is a bit problematic.
So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend.
You'll find out why, and you'll also find out what I think has happened. It's all about giving you the skills as well. So keep an eye out for repeated words and ideas. These guys are really stressed no matter what has happened. So
okay, so just right, like the precursors for this interview, when we're looking at body language in general, when we're doing statement analysis, hey Chuchi, when we're doing any of that kind of stuff, right, we're always going to watch for first a baseline, which we all have a baseline on Katie, pretty well established, you know, unless you're new here. But basically, we know when Katie will say certain things and how many times she said it, that sort of thing. And then we also know what her kind of norm is. No worries, Chuchi, no worries. I'm glad you're here. Veronica, that was funny. I was like, nope, that was me. No, he's like irritated. He's like, oh my God, she's so back behind in chat. So this creator is called Never a Truer Word, and his is the channel. Jack Fox is his name. And he's really good, Faye. He's done 4 on Sebastian. I've never kind of went over his playlist, and I just kind of stumbled upon him when he did a review on Katie's first interview. Or excuse me, most recent interview, my bad. So I have reviewed him once before, and then he did also Seth. So what we're looking for here, watching for, would be repeated words and ideas, right? The tenses, right? Whether she's using past, present, future. And then we're looking for hidden truths, right? We know that that this interview has been scaled in, right, by Susan Constantine at about a 50-50 truthful and untruthful, right? So we know it's about, she's being halfway truthful. So, and that goes for her and Chris, because it was analyzed together. It was analyzed together. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have hundreds of stories about our kids. We can see the genuine and the authentic side of someone when they're talking about their kids. Cinderella, I mean, no doubt, right? Like, we feel it too. That's the thing, that it gets us, right? If I look at somebody's situation in these true crime cases, it gets me anyway. But to hear from the people that are going through it, it's devastating. Like, when I was reading through Frankie's post last night, I was like, oh my gosh, for one, I didn't know he had a channel. And for 2, I didn't know all this stuff he was going through. And it was very authentic and genuine to me. And it was very sad to see it. It just really was. And it got me. Him talking about his nieces, him talking about never being able to meet his nephew. You know, and we've talked about that here when we did the Chris Watts interview on the porch and then looked at Katie. Because there's a hell of a lot of similarities. And Lauren on Facebook, that's the one, we reviewed her video on that. That's what kind of made us start looking at it, right? And very eye-opening. I mean, the guy looks like he's being interviewed because he fucking won the lottery. Not that Cece and Bella and Shanann are missing right now. Just very telling. And Chris and Katie do this laughing and this performance as well in this interview. So again, repeated words, ideas, we got to look at those tenses and some hidden truths.
The things that are a priority in their heads, they're going to repeat. They're going to use the same words again, or repeat the same ideas again. Look out for tenses as well. When someone is missing and people are involved, that maybe there's suspicions about the tenses they use to refer to that missing person can be very revealing. And look out as well for what I call hidden truths. That's when someone says something and the gist of it is one thing, but if you actually go in and look at the words they've used, then they mean something slightly different. I'll talk you through that as we go. Let's have a look at question 1 from the interview.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said good night to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
Okay, guys, and this is one thing that I'm going to point out about Holly Thompson. So in general, if a family's going to be interviewed, they already kind of know what they're going to be asked, right? They're very in the know. There is a lot of transparency given before they come and do these interviews, right? And especially with Chris, I'm sure once he realized that he had some control over the situation, he probably was barking out orders and being Chris, right? Hey, Gina, good to see you. And so, we know that. We know that about Chris already. But then here's Holly, and she's not just asking a question. So, what time does Sebastian wake up? And then she says about 6, and she starts offering answers to them as someone who is interviewing someone else. Even if you know the answers and you're trying to ask these questions, you don't offer up any answers for the person, right? Don't give them any ideas, in other words. But here's Holly Thompson. Was he possibly in the shower? She does this thing. It's very strange and it's very leading. And that's why when someone is being interviewed as a witness in court, you don't say, well, where were you on the evening of the 25th? And do you say, were you over here? Were you over here? No, you say, where were you? Let them answer. She's absolutely asking those leading questions. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, asking the leading questions. She's had 3 interviews. Yeah, and the thing is that she is their go-to, right? But I could say that about Caitlin Quisenberry because she'll oftentimes interview Seth, but I mean, Seth has been interviewed by plenty of people, they only will go to her, in my opinion. They tried it with Caitlin Miller, but here was the problem with Caitlin Miller is that even though Chris and Katie were only showing their hands, Caitlin Miller's facial expressions during that interview said everything. She wasn't buying it, guys. Caitlin Miller was like, okay, right? And then she also made sure everybody knew that they didn't want to show their faces, that they were far too emotional, is what her Facebook post said, to show their faces, even though Not once did they shed a tear during the Only Hands interview with Caitlin Miller. Yeah, Caitlin Miller was quiet because you could see her face, right? She wasn't buying it, Gina. She's like, and she was just asking them questions and then stayed quiet. Here's Holly offering them all kinds of outs. And to me, that's not truly trying to get to the bottom of things. You don't offer any options, Lisa. No. Because if you're truly trying to figure out what happened, then you're truly asking them because you don't know, right? Or you know, and you're trying to see what they're going to say. In my opinion, that laugh she gives after she said that went to bed, it's not right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was a huge red flag, right? Huge red flag. I think that was a slip, and she knows he never went to bed. Why hasn't anyone ever asked her what the F? Yeah. What's the laugh about, right? Yeah, what's so funny? I mean, she does that in the beginning when Holly asks her, you know, how have things been? And she does that laugh and hides herself. Hey, Lisa, thank you so much for gifting Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership, please say thank you to Lisa and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That's so awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, she's so quiet after that. She did? I didn't know that. Wow. And I mean, I thought she was a good interviewer because, again, she just asked a question, answered it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hopefully she went to work someplace that wants to expose things. No, because she seems like she'd be good to talk to if she's trying to get the answers. Holly Thompson is absolutely softball. Yeah. When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Makes no sense, Lisa. Exactly. How do you wake someone up that's not there? For one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, every interview. It's really there's really been a lot to analyze. I mean, here we are analyzing this one again. But it's important, I think, because this is when it's fresh. This is when we're seeing the most body language from them because after that they don't cam up, do they? And that's another thing with Seth. Seth always cams up. Always, you know? So, oh, or he comes in for snacks, Cinderella. When Katie said when he comes in for snacks, where is he coming in from? I think that's why people think that they were telling Sebastian you have to sleep in the garage. Cuz where would he be coming in from? What, the back porch? Cuz that's another place that they have that's connected to the house. I would imagine people would see out there. It seems like the neighbors are pretty kind of, it's a small little area. I mean, that's where you're more close knit with people. So, the garage. Mhm. Yeah, because that's been alleged. And that's the thing when there's things to corroborate it. And I don't know, maybe that was part of what some of the CPS stuff was. Maybe one of the neighbors did call in and say, I think they're having that boy sleep in the garage. I don't know them very well. They just moved in, about a year ago, but I think they might be having that young man over there sleeping in the garage, and that's kind of freaking weird, right? We saw when they opened up that looks like there's like, a mattress out there or something. I don't know, guys, but um yes, yes, Gina, thank you for the reminder. Holly is friends with her ex coworker, Grant Solomon's dad. That is a whole other thing. I've never talked about Grant Solomon, but I'm pretty well aware. I think that would be something interesting to talk about. Um, yeah, because it is. There's a lot to unpack with that. A lot. Um, what about the one that's missing? She says, Kay says, I went to wake him up and he didn't look at me and I knew he wasn't there, but that interview was missing. Yeah, well, she told a completely different story to Dateline as well. And now that was just an article from Dateline. What the hell? Where you at, Keith Morrison? You know, what's going on? I mean, these are the shows that I've always enjoyed watching, and they do this stuff, and it's super, like, it's sickening in my opinion. Why doesn't she ever mention checking in the garage? She doesn't. She never mentions checking in the garage or even upstairs in the bonus room above the garage. You know, why wouldn't she check under the car? I agree. I agree, Doodle Mom, and good to see you. It's super suspicious. Grant Solomon's case is so suspicious, you know? So I think Grant Solomon is strictly City of Gallatin and not Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe so too. Yeah. And that would just be interesting to compare, you know? And the thing is that I don't care how well you know someone, it's not okay to cover up for them, and you're carrying that burden too, but why? You know? Mm.
In the living room.
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes.
And why is that funny? Right? He's like looking at her like, silly kids, you know, you know how they are. They like to eat breakfast in the morning. You know, freaking Chris. Hey, Brad, good to see you. What the hell?
About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And this nervous laugh that she does and the rocking. And then they look to see, right? I don't know where he is. I can't find him. He's not in the house. And then Chris looks up right at her. You believe us? We're not guilty at all, even though I look guilty as sin.
I think that might be the most revealing answer in everything that we're going to look at. The question was asked of them, so just kind of walk us through that night. That's the last question that's put to Katie, the mum. Just kind of walk us through what happened that night. And she starts her answer by talking about that day. She says, we were out and about that day. So why is she deviating from the question? What?
Okay, guys, I seriously never realized that she did this, right? And I've never heard anyone else point this out before, you know? Yeah, they don't make any sense at all, do they? Not a bit. Not a bit, Brad. I agree. But here she is asking, and she did this most recently. Hindsight picked it up first, I think, because I was watching her short, and then shortly after that, Deception Detective got their video uploaded. But I mean, it seems like everybody was kind of noticing that, right? Where she deviated from the question. So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? This is Holly Thompson. So just kind of walk us through that night. Now, this is a compound question, right? So I will say that much for Katie. It is a compound question where, you know, you're asking somebody, and I have done this myself interviewing someone. I think it was Devlin's mom, but I realized that I had asked her a double question, right? So what happened Sunday night, what happened that night, which I should have broke them up, right? It's more fair, and you're going to get a more accurate answer if you ask somebody what happened. Tell us what happened, start with Sunday, right? And walk us through Sunday. And then, all right, wonderful. So then Sunday night, and then can you tell us what it was like to wake up, you know, when you woke Sebastian up, or when to wake him up for school, something like that, right? So she does ask a compound question, but then Katie says, we were out and about that day. We're having a really good weekend. We got home, right? And she skips over a lot of details, right? A lot of details.
what's happened in the night that she doesn't want to talk about, or what happened during the day that she does want to talk about.
Okay, so what happened during the night that you don't want to talk about, and what happened during the day that you do want to talk about? You know? Oh, is that a 1006? FYI, the house door to the Proud Feet fell out of contract. It's now 644K, listed for 77 days. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who would want to live over there. I'm not saying it's not cute, Gina, and the houses are really nice. Like the inside of the one that I looked at, some of the listings that I've looked at, because I've looked at a few. Um, Yeah, really, really nice, just family home, big family, great rooms, but, areas for people to gather together. And, those are things that you look for in houses, especially if you have kids. Um, yeah. And I mean, wow. Brad says, so let me get this straight. Katie and Sebastian both went to bed around the same time, but Katie got up the morning after and Sebastian wasn't there. That makes no sense. So her story, Brad, that part has kind of stayed mostly consistent. So she's always kind of maintained that Sebastian went to bed at 9. She told him to go to bed. He did, right? She told Caitlin Miller she let him stay up a little later than usual that night, but still said 9 o'clock. She said that after Sebastian went to bed, good night, mama, good night, puppies, then she spoke to Chris at about 9:30, 9:45, right? And that they started their conversation. And then about midnight, she decides to go to bed, right? But when asked what she was doing during the time from this time Sebastian went to bed to the time she went to bed, she gives all this information that doesn't match up or add up, right? I was reading a chapter for school, talking to Chris, watching TV, sitting on the couch, falling asleep. She's doing multiple things, right? Instead of saying a timeline of events, right? Like, when Sebastian went to bed, I decided to give Chris a call. We talked for, a couple hours on the phone, right? And then I was getting tired because she could have said even I read a chapter for school for about a half hour after Sebastian went to bed, and then I called Chris or Chris called me. But she never says that. Instead, she's saying she's doing multiple things at the same time, which was never believable because you can't quite possibly focus on all of those tasks or do any of them effectively at the same time. If you're reading a chapter for school, then that's going to be a topic that will be discussed at school, or you're going to have a quiz. So you need to understand that content and information, right? So none of it's believable. Then she says the thud happens also in that meantime. First, she called it a noise, then she called it a thud, and then the police recently, well, it's been about a year now, came out with the bang. There was a big bang that happened in the room. So, but that story's become, been pretty consistent. So she says she goes to bed around midnight, and then she goes to wake him up for school in the morning, and he's not there. Right? But the thing is that Katie has to walk from her bedroom all the way across the house to the opposite end of the house in order to wake Sebastian up. So if she didn't see him, right, that whole entire time, then again, her story doesn't add up because she had to walk through the house to get to his room to begin with, and she didn't see him. Lisa says Peter Hyatt used to say when they say it was a normal day, it's something to flag. Yeah, and she just says pretty normal. She just says it's pretty normal. Yeah, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, Brad. But it's a cute area though. It's not, I mean, and I guess you could always do a privacy fence. But the way that they're kind of it's set up, um, the property lines go to each other as far as I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, that's an average price for this area. Way more other homes higher than theirs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and then with that subdivision probably brought up value too, because that subdivision's really, really nice next to it, Gina. It really is. And again, it's kind of like back where it's quieter, right? You still have that quiet feel, unless there's a base, or excuse me, unless there's a event at the school or a football game or something. I'm sure it gets loud then. But other than that, you know. Brad says a nice split foyer is perfect for me. These types of houses just have to have a first floor and finished basement. I don't like anything too huge. Yeah, I mean, and they are nice. Like I said, if you have a couple of kids, you want to have some more space. So, um, we need to figure out why Katie sleeps with the lights on at 3 a.m. Exactly, Gina. Exactly. And that's another thing that ties back to her Apple Watch, because if she still had it on and on herself, then it's gonna trigger everything, and it's gonna tell everything that she's doing, right? Steps, heart rate, all of that. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm just going to rewind this just a tad bit.
That night, and she starts her answer by talking about that day. She says, we were out and about that day. So why is she deviating from the question? What's happened in the night that she doesn't want to talk about, or what happened during the day that she does want to talk about? She wants to talk about the day more than the night. And I've got some questions as to why that is. In fact, if you look at her full answer, she spends about half the time talking about the night. Everything was pretty normal. He played in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said good night to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed. But the rest of the time, she talks about the day, the weekend even. And when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. So that is the next day. So she's asked to walk us through that night. And she doesn't. She does a little bit, but she does a lot more besides. She did talk about the weekend. She says, we were having a really good weekend. We got home. Did you notice the word were there? We were having a really good weekend. Not we had a really good weekend in its entirety. Up until a point, we were having a really good weekend. So from that where, and also the fact that she's avoiding really going into detail about that night and wanting to talk about other things, I'm going to say I think something happened that night that in this part of the answer, certainly, she is not talking about. What happened that night? Well, look, she says in that night, everything was pretty normal. I'm always wary when people describe things as being normal, especially in situations like this. Why? Because we don't tend to notice when things are normal at the time. They're just normal. We're exception machines. We're looking for the abnormal. When we're walking across the road, we don't notice when it's clear. We just walk across the road. When a car suddenly comes towards us, we notice the abnormality. So you don't notice things are normal as such. So why does she feel the need to tell us things were normal? Could it be?
Okay, so why does she feel the need to tell us that things were normal? This is a great question, right? And she doesn't even say they were normal. She says pretty normal, right? But she's already pre-explaining, right? And saying and setting it up, oh, it was normal, right? But why would she do something like that? Because it doesn't need to be set up, under expectation. So, yes, he does, Nisi. Hey, good to see you too. And thank you for the green hearts. I love how people pick up on linguistics. It's a beautiful thing, Lisa. It does help us understand more, and it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, we wouldn't use these as a standard if it didn't make sense to us. We'd be like, well, this person's a quack. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. But when we're looking at this, we can absolutely see it. It is a beautiful thing, and it helps us understand, and gives us a lot to discuss too. So, um, you know, yeah, he does, Brad. He does. He does. Yeah, and Lisa, yeah, thank you, Gina. Basically, if your house is on the market and someone makes an offer and you accept that offer, then the house becomes under contract. So when it's just listed on the market, it's, fully on the market. When it's under contract and you're waiting on things like inspection and the finances to come through, um, financing, you better have the finances already. You better have that pre-qual letter and all that before you look for a house. But yeah, the financing has to go through and everything has to check out. That's why you never make any big purchases if you're, under contract and things like that, because it's still not sealed. And then after that, it's closed, right? So, but yeah, that just means that that the seller has accepted the offer that the buyer put in. Does Seth have a decent home, if anyone knows? Yes, he does. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit here. I wonder if that's what his name that moved in. They're still going his ghost box thing or YouTube anymore. No, I haven't seen, just on X. I've just seen things posted on X so far. So yeah, that's where I'm good at things, Lisa, is like, that's why with the numbers stuff is not as, I'm not as good with that as I am with the words or recognizing things like that. That's why I love how he has this all written out for us too, right? Because we can see all of that and how it's, thank you, Chuchi, and how it goes, well, I'll just say it's interesting to see it on paper and how it was said, like the ums and the and the he adds those in here as well. And then highlight some of the words we're supposed to be keying in on. So I like seeing it. I like seeing the words.
Again, I'm thinking something happened that night that actually it wasn't all that normal. Even she says it wasn't all that normal because she describes it as pretty normal, not totally normal. Not everything was normal. Everything was pretty normal. So that makes room for abnormal things to happen, which she's not going into.
Right. So what was so abnormal about that night? What was what made it pretty normal as opposed to just totally normal, like nothing out of the ordinary. But also she did tell Arctic Fox on Duchess for the Missing when he asked about how normal the night was, or was it a typical night with Sebastian, I think was the question. And she says, "Oh yeah, everything was fine. I didn't notice anything out of place."
I was interested in talking about Sebastian's bedtime. She says, when I told him to go to bed, that's an order, that's a command. Now, parents are allowed to tell their children when to go to bed. They are allowed to tell him to go to bed. But I thought from that, have we got some controlling parents here? Or does Sebastian need to be told what to do? Is he the kind of child that always needs to be told what to do? Certainly, she didn't say, when I asked him to go to bed, or even just when it was his bedtime. She uses the words, I told him to go to bed. So that's got a question in my mind of, are these controlling parents, and are there circumstances that mean they have to be controlling parents? She mentions that he did, not just that I told him to go to bed, and we assume when a parent tells a child to do something, then they do it. She feels the need to tell us that he did. So was it not normal that he did as he was told? No, look, I'm not victim blaming here. I'm going through the words and looking at what I spot. I understand that 15-year-old boys like Sebastian have all sorts of different behaviors, frustrating behaviors for parents, things that are absolutely normal and fine to a 15-year-old boy. Adults sometimes get annoyed with. So right now, I'm not at all victim blaming. But what I'm interested in is, was his behavior a perceived problem to mum Katie and stepdad Chris? Because she tells us that he did go to bed, and she laughs at the end of it as if it's kind of a bit wry, as if it's like he doesn't always, but hey, he did that night. The next thing I'm interested in and what Katie says is
I think that's a big one, guys, that he just pointed out, is that, Katie does laugh a little bit, right? Where it's kind of a nervous laugh, but also it's could be like we can't believe he actually did go to bed that night like that, because usually he doesn't, and then we hear later that Sebastian has issues falling asleep or staying asleep, and that he was on some medication at bedtime, but we never hear anything about that from Katie, which that would be normal, right? Not pretty normal. It would be normal. You're used to a routine. If you take nighttime medications, you take them at roughly the same time every night. And I mean, they were at home by 7 o'clock, allegedly, right? So, and Brad, I think, in my opinion, that Seth thinks that Sebastian is alive. Yeah. Um, you know, Seth is a big beacon of hope and faith for Sebastian. And I think that he thinks that he is out there. And so much so that he reminds me a lot of Gina De Jesus's parents, right? Where even though they were absolutely searching for their daughter in places where she wouldn't be alive, they absolutely were searching for her as if she was. And her mother even went so far as to say that Gina is going to walk through that door again. You know, that she is going to come home. And she did. So, yeah, I always go with a parent's intuition, especially because I believe that Seth knows his son very, very, very well. And he also has kept things the way that Sebastian left them as best he could, right? Like, especially in his room is really what I'm saying. So yeah, but thank you for asking. That's a good question. All that is unseen said, in my opinion, that weekend seems special, not typical, like a big goodbye and send off. Right. Exact. Well, I know all that is unseen. And you know what it reminded me of was the Timothy Pitson case, right? Timothy's mother taking him out of school, bringing him to the zoo, taking him to the indoor water parks, and then something happened to Timothy. Timothy Pitson has never been found. Whatever his mother did to him, whether she gave him to someone or whether she hurt him, she subsequently went to a hotel and offed her own self violently in a hotel room. But we see her leaving with Timothy from one of the indoor water parks, and then we see her a short time later without Timothy going into a grocery store and buying snacks. Her favorite before she was going to take her own life, snacks. So, yeah, it's definitely not typical in my opinion. And they were absolutely also, in my opinion, trying to stay on camera as much as possible that day. As much as possible. So whether it was because she was doing something special with him or trying to spend more time with him, but I think it also worked out to her advantage and she wanted to stay on camera. Because I think that's why their score was so high on truthfulness, even at a 50%, which is extremely low for the average. But I think that's why it was mostly true, right? Or excuse me, it was 52%, because they were recalling what they did that day, and what they did that day was to stay on camera, in my opinion, you know? So, very creepy. Oh, yes, Detroit. Yes, Detroit. Well said. Seth believes his son is alive, and we all need to respect his belief and support him until otherwise. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't have any proof or evidence to the contrary either, Detroit. I mean, that's the thing, because I wouldn't mind. Oh, hey, Seth, there you are. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind saying, right, like, look at this evidence, right? Look at this evidence that I have. And even when I do a comparison of, like, for example, with James Hutchinson, you know, we know the outcome of that. But that doesn't mean that I believe the outcome is exactly the same. I just believe that the untruthfulness is the same, right? The way that their stories are not adding up is the same to me, right? It's a very similar vibe. It's a very similar story even, right? Because she even said, oh, I put James to bed at 9. We went to bed shortly after. And then when I went to wake him up, he wasn't there. That was the story. That's what she went to the police department and reported him missing and saying that. So, yeah, Seth, and I've always felt like that was genuine from you. Like, I didn't think that you were just saying it to say it. So that's just my opinion. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. That was what the FBI polygraph specialist said, but he asked me for 3 scenarios and he mentioned the third one only. Oh, I do remember that. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, here's the deal. I personally didn't think in the beginning. I mean, I think a little bit different now that I've heard some of Katie in the real, right? Not just a setup interview or where she's, knows she's on a podcast and stuff. I never thought Katie was capable of doing it. I always thought Chris was, right? But then when I hear the way that Katie tries to impress Chris, I wonder if she would go along or do something, accidents also happen. But when it comes to medications, what gets me as a mom and as just a person that would give anybody a medication if they're sick, right? That what the dosage is, and you're careful to not give them too much or too little, right? Too little is not going to do anything. Too much can hurt someone. So when it comes to a parent that is used to giving a certain dosage, and especially when it's in a pill form and it's not liquid, because we've heard horrible stories about moms that didn't realize that they gave their baby too much on that. I can get that in a liquid form. We have to consider everything though when we look at that. If you know that you're giving your kid 3 pills and they're only supposed to take 1, that's a major OD for them. And that's completely dangerous. And you absolutely, in my opinion, did that shit on purpose. So any amount of overdosing or giving too much medicines, in my opinion, is a huge red flag and needs to be investigated.
Says, a little bit later, I wound up going to bed. Wound up going to bed or winding up doing something is, it's a bit interesting, that one. She doesn't just say she went to bed. Wound up going to bed is kind of like I went to bed as a result of something else, or I had no choice but to go to bed or something like that. So again, was there something going on? Was there some activity happening that meant she wound up going to bed rather than just straightforwardly went to bed? Final thing I think I want to pick out here from Katie is that she talks about.
Okay, really quick, guys. I wound up going to bed. This is another thing that I've never really keyed in on. But she does say it, right? I wound up going to bed. Like here we go. As if, it was a result of something else. That's very interesting to me and something that I never, would pick up on because I'm not a linguistic specialist, right? That's why I like doing reviews on people that are smarter than me, right? Because this is interesting right here. I wound up going to bed, right? A little bit later. And now, again, that could just be a regional dialect or the way that people say things in certain areas. But typically, when you wind up doing something, it's as a result of something else occurring, right? Not just, I was tired and I went to bed, right? I was tired, so I wound up going to bed. But she just says, a little bit later, I wound up going to bed, right? And then when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't there. She skips over a lot of important details and facts that can help us better understand, but why? Yeah, and you see that could happen in the child could be in the hospital. It happens. Yeah. Well, especially when it's a new parent or something like that, but yeah, it's always kind of intention comes into play and all of that. Were Sebastian's medications ever counted? I imagine not, based on how everything seemed to have been mishandled. That's a good question, Peach Love and Jeeps, and I don't know if they were, but they should have been. That's always one of the first things. And even when Chris McDonough talked about medications, he said that's one of the first things that he asks about right? Because one, he's gauging empathy. Because if somebody is without their medications, it's going to be extremely stressful for a family member who knows they need those and they're out there without them, right? I mean, even in Nancy Guthrie's case, I know that that was a major point of concern because her mother was using her medication for pain management. And so if she doesn't have them and she's in extreme agony because of this pain, that's super concerning. And anybody with a heart would not want her to be out without her medications if she so badly needs them. So think about a child, you know? And that was a huge misconception too in the beginning, is that Sebastian was taking medications for his autism. That's not a thing. You do not take medications for autism. So that was another big misconception, and that was on the part of Sheriff Craddock, who didn't know it, you know, and arguably still doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Very early on, All That Is Unseen says, we heard about Faith coming, and that's when I was thinking 98%. They stashed the boy away and he'll be back. But I don't think they expected so much attention. Well, I agree. They were not expecting. They just didn't expect it, right? I mean, it was like people fell in love with Sebastian and said, where is this young man? Oh my gosh, he needs, you know, and a lot of us were like, if he's on medication, he needs it. If he is having trouble because he wouldn't know how to get home, you know, because that's what they were telling us too. He's got I mean, it's right on the TBI flyer still to this day. He has medical conditions that would hinder him from getting home safely, right? Or would cause issues with him getting home safely. So honestly, All That Is Unseen says, honestly, I don't use the word wound. I know, and see, and that's the thing. Some people do a lot, and it's one of those context things. That's funny. All That Is Unseen, that makes me laugh. Karen says, if we're going to make a list of people who have come out to disrupt finding Sebastian, who would that be? I've got 7 names on my list. You know, I think that's a very good question. I think there's several. I've done a couple videos about Clue, Cletus, especially what really made me think about it was after seeing Elevated Goof and the way that he flaked out when he was coming in hot and heavy, like, I'm telling the truth, I'm tired of this. And I was like, oh wow, okay, let's hear it, you know? The truth, you say? Right? But then he never did, because everybody flew up on the panel. So then Granny, and then the Bee, and then Chris. I mean, all of them were up there then. So a lot of them. Terry Lynn would be one. A lot. There's a lot out there. So, thank you, Tabitha. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Hello, Catherine. Good to see you. Knowing if she has been on them for a long time, withdrawals will happen. Well, I agree. That's another thing too, right? They're going to be in agony without what they need. How horrible. And then also, now with autism, the routine, the anxiety of not following through with his routine is also a major concern for Sebastian with his autism. You know, that would be something that would be a concern from not having the medications as well. Would be that, you know, it's just he's off the routine. But then once we realized what Sebastian was taking, there was also that fear. And also Katie was saying too that he should have been weaned off of those medications. You don't just stop a medication that the doctors put you on. Certain medications, most medications, you should wean off of.
Want to pick out here from Katie is that she talks about going in the morning when Sebastian wasn't there. She says, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Well, you didn't wake him up for school if he wasn't there. I would prefer to have heard that as when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't there. But she says, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Now, like, everything in this, that could be a misspeak. That could be, we all misspeak. I will misspeak during this episode. I'm absolutely sure of it. But like, it could be a misspeak, and that would be absolutely fine. But what we do is we gather data points. Then if we see things come up time and time again, or we gather lots of indications of deception or suspicion or anything like that, then we feel more confident in coming to a conclusion. So this could be a misspeak, but she does say she woke him up for school on the Monday morning. What happens next? Well, she's asked what time she normally wakes. She says around 6. She's asked, so you instantly think something's wrong, or were you like, just he may already be in the shower or in the living room? And Katie's reply is, I took a second walk through the house. Interesting, because she hasn't told us about the first walk through the house. She's asked what she instantly did, and she doesn't tell us what she instantly did. She tells us what she did after that, because this is that second walk through the house.
Okay, and this is interesting too. I thought she said I took a second and walked through the house. See, and this is, what's interesting about what we're all interpreting. So what he has here is I took a second walk through the house, as in I took a first walk through and then took a second walk through. But I thought she said I took a second and walked through the house, right? In order to look. But I thought that was interesting anyway, different. All that is unseen says, strange after watching so many analysts and analyzed videos, how you determine a story that is woven to include details to cover for certain other details. Right. KK and CP definitely wove a narrative, in my opinion. They sure did. And I believe that they were weaving it as they were watching commentary. Right. Because even Katie decided that, in my opinion, when JLR came out and he said, for example, you have to walk from Katie's bedroom, right? She wakes up in her bedroom, she walks through the kitchen, right? And then there's a living room, and then there's the front door in Sebastian's room, and the other room and a bathroom, right? But she had to walk right past that kitchen. So how did she already knew that he wasn't eating breakfast or making breakfast? Because she had to walk past there. So then in the Chronicles of Olivia interview, Chris and Katie are talking about the day. Katie's going through it. And, or excuse me, the morning that Sebastian went missing. And, she says Sebastian liked to dip behind the walls and then come out and scare me, right? She crafted her story so it would make sense. And they've done that over and over and over again. Right. Well, let me tell you about this. Chris will tell you. Let me help you out. Let me make it crystal clear without helping us out or making anything more clear. It's a joke. And I agree. Peace, Love, and Jeep says, sadly, Chris and Katie are at the top of that list for me. Think about how sad that is. And not even looking for that, or not even looking for Sebastian, not even trying to talk about him when they have a chance. I agree. And they've also threatened people that have done their best to try to find him. Chris saying, I wouldn't come for the gathering of voices if I was you. Really? You didn't do shit, you little girly boy. In my opinion, if Katie did give Sebastian too much medication, he might be in a hospital somewhere in the result of an overdose, having medical problems in the hospital, wouldn't have to tell anyone. Yeah, I mean, I've also thought of an alternative of if they did put him in a school and something bad happened, and they, like we were saying, they didn't think it was going to get this big or that anybody would care so much, and something bad happened there. I don't know, I mean, again, it's purely speculation. I have no proof of that other than the schools that do exist, and that they were looking into putting Sebastian into a school. So I think that's why I validate that theory. But in the same way, it doesn't, I mean, which side of truthful is it? Is that something that they're just saying because it sounds more humane, or what? Notice in Nancy Guthrie's case, the same thing. The professionals are asking, why didn't you reach out to Savannah to see if she heard from her instead of immediately calling the police, etc. Gina, I think that's a great point. And it wasn't until I was telling a friend about Sebastian's case that I realized that Chris and Katie did, in my opinion, jump the gun on reporting, right? Because you go to wake up Sebastian at 6 and you realize that he's not there, and by 6:30 or even a little bit earlier than that, give or take, you're calling the police and reporting him missing. I mean, it was quick, right? It was a little too quick. And then we have Melissa, Chris's sister, the bully, Aunt Melissa. She had made a Facebook post saying that they had been searching since 6:30. How would she have time to get from her house to over there and be searching by 6:30 when the police weren't even notified yet, or they were just barely being notified? So you mean to tell me that you called your sister Melissa before you called the authorities or his father? Or I mean, none of it makes sense. It was, people are like, well, they did a good job of, planning this. But I don't think they did. I think they made tons of mistakes, tons and tons and tons of mistakes. And the more they came out and said anything about it, the more they shot themselves in the foot. And that's why bully Aunt Melissa is so quiet. She's not so big and bad anymore, is she? She doesn't talk very often anymore about Sebastian, does she? Right? Because she knows that she was trying to, again, spin this narrative, and it wasn't jiving and nobody believed it, and it wasn't helpful, right, to Chris and Katie and what they were trying to push. Hey, Mama, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Heather Marie. Heather Marie says, wow, good catch. She does say that he has to come in for snacks. Never heard that before. Thank you for pointing it out. Beautiful soul. Keep fighting for truth for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Thank you, Heather. Oh, that is so sweet of you. And thank you so much. Oh man, that is the best comment today. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, that was weird, right? Where did he come in from? And the only other place I can think is the back porch, because they have like a really nice screened in back porch. You know, like a sunroom back there. So yeah, that put out pictures of them at a totally different restaurant. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, and it's just, I think I have it. Do I have it back here? You just made me think, do I still have it? Yeah, I do. Um, this one, sorry. Let me take this down really quick and get my big head out of the way because it just pops right in. Um, oh no, I didn't want you to go there. All right. So yeah, this is the one that they put out, right? And it's signed, sealed, delivered by the TBI, right? And then we see, and I remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, this is when they put the Texas Roadhouse footage out. I was like, oh my gosh, that is Sebastian in the black Grogu t-shirt, right? Jeans. I'm like, that's what he was wearing. That's what Katie told Smiley he was wearing. Oh my gosh, that's not what we've always known to be the Texas Roadhouse picture, right? I mean, just complete liars. And they've spun the narrative. They've spun that narrative, even with the TBI, FBI, Sumner County. This is another time. They slapped a big black "Have you seen me" label over because they knew people were going to see the bruises on Sebastian's neck. In my opinion, they knew it. And that's why they did that. They've definitely worked their hardest to deceive the public. And again, why aren't they interrogating Chris and Katie with the same gusto? We didn't do anything, in my opinion. We didn't have anything to do with Sebastian going missing. We weren't in the house with Katie. Why are they deceiving the public? That means that they don't want us to actually find out what happened, no? Or is that a stretch? Right? It helps if I put it back on the stage. There we go. All right, let me just rewind back a little bit.
Us what she did after that, because this is that second walk through the house. By the way, I want you to look at Katie and her words, because she talks a lot about going through the house, about being really rigorous in the search of the house. This is her second walk through the house. And I was on the phone to my husband. I said, I can't find him. I'm interested in that. That could have been said as Sebastian's missing. Sebastian's not here. Sebastian's not there. But instead it's, I can't find him. So already missing, I feel, was on her mind when she said that. Let's have some more from the interview.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
We have a compound question from the interviewer there. That's two questions in one. So she says, so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind? So there's two questions there. Is that when you call 911?
Okay, so again, yes, another compound question by Holly Thompson. And Faye says, I wonder why she did that, Seth. We saw her taking pictures of Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. That's always been a big issue, right? And no selfie on that night, right, Gina? No selfie. But then she's over there sneaking pictures of Sebastian, which is so weird, in my opinion. And she takes a couple of different pictures. But again, with these compound questions from Holly Thompson. So is that when you called 911? What's going through your mind, right? Instead of saying, so that's when you called 911, and that's a yes or no question. Katie could have said yes, no, right? And then, but then there was no, but then again, with what we know about the case is that Chris and Katie didn't call 911. As a matter of fact, when they were talking to other people about Sebastian and him going missing, they would tell them 911. They texted Seth 911. Whenever Chris was trying to get a hold of his ex-wife, Nina, Faith's mother, Sebastian's little sister's mother, right? 911. But they never called 911. They never called 911. And something tells me that Miss Pollyanna Holly Thompson over here knew that. So she switched it up. What's going through your mind, right? Not what was going through your mind. Is that when you called 911? No, because we know that they didn't. And is that going through your mind? Now, that's just, this is for people who are very versed in Sebastian's case that know this, but I'll back it up.
They were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
We have a compound question from the interviewer there. That's two questions in one. So she says, so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind? So there's two questions there. Is that when you call 911? And what's going through your mind? Now, when someone's being deceptive, it's really a compound question's dead easy for them, because they can deal with only the question that they're most comfortable answering, and ignore the other one that gives them a bit of stress or a bit of tension. But it makes the interviewer feel like they've answered fully if they only answer one part of a compound question. So he's asked two.
For the first time in modern history, college student
questions in this compound question. Is that when you call 911? What's going through your mind? And reassuringly, Chris answers both questions. He tells us what was going through his mind, which is Sebastian somewhere else in the house? Is he on the other side of the bed, the normal places he may be? And he also says, at that point, we called the sheriff's department. Now, I know calling the sheriff's department and calling 911 are not the same thing. We'll deal with that shortly. Chris says that his thoughts were, is he on the other side of the bed, the normal places he may be in the house? Now,
all right, and we do know that Sebastian did like to hang out under his bed, right? He'd like to take a flashlight down there, read or play his games under the bed. That was like where he kind of felt safe and stuff like that. And that was something normal, not the other side of the bed. Why would, that always bothered me in the beginning too. What do you mean? Is he on the other side of the bed? Why would he be on the other side of a bed? That makes absolutely no sense. Chris is a moron. But other than that, for all intents and purposes, I think that's what what he meant by on the other side of the bed, because he says the normal places he would be in the house. Just weird.
The other side of the bed is a normal place to be in the house. I mean, I don't know quite what that means, but once more, normal places he may be in the house. I'm getting some other issues with Sebastian's behavior. Does he act up first thing in the morning when it's time to go to school? I don't know, but the words these guys are using suggest to me that they have issues with Sebastian's behavior, I think is the best way of saying it. That's not necessarily the same thing as Sebastian was a badly behaved child. But again, I'm getting that from the words of Chris this time, the stepdad. Chris says, I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department. Hold on a minute is pause. Let's gather ourselves. Let's work out what's going on. And immediately is boom, doing something right now. Contradictory terms there. I know hold on a minute can be used as in a hold on a minute, something's going on here, let's do something. But yeah, two very diametrically opposed thoughts in his sentence. Hold on a minute, and immediately called the sheriff's department.
Wow. And this is another thing I've never noticed before, right? But here it is. He says, while we were on the phone and I was in, is he on the other side of the bed, the normal places he might be in the house. And, he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made a report, right? Hold on a minute and immediately. So did you guys hold on and talk for a minute? Did you guys, but then again, he says, then immediately. Very interesting choice of words. And also when we see Chris stumbling through his words here, it's very interesting to see in black and white. What's we? Why is it always we with him? We, and he's not French, right? No one can answer me equals how does Katie know what he was wearing if she didn't see him after he went to bed? She heard him, yes, but never said he changed. I agree with that too, Mama's World, because here's the thing. Sometimes, especially if we're, living in a house with other people, right? Even if it's our mom, and we're older. Sebastian just turned 15. Maybe he was wearing a lot of clothes, fully clothed when he went to bed, but then when he, decided to get into bed, he took his shirt off or something like that, right? To be more comfortable, and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes people just like to sleep in boxer shorts or, I'm just saying that I agree with what you're saying because he could have taken off clothes. And also, if she says that he walked out that door, how does she know that he didn't put on different clothes to walk out that door? Right? Because she can't even tell us what graphic was on his t-shirt, not even by process of elimination. So absolutely, Mama's World, that is super smart, and I agree. Um, because he is the one who made up the story and was afraid to Katie would mess it up. I agree with that too, Faye. Oh my gosh. Yes. But here he is because he's got these wees in there, right? And that's because I agree they came up with this fabricated story to tell everyone, right? And they had to stick to their story. And that's why they wanted to bring Seth into their little story. And Seth wasn't having it. He's like, no, where's my son? right? We're not all on the same page. I just got off of work and you're telling me 911, don't be mad. But Sebastian's missing? Mm-mm. Alicia Hot Will says, Lady Freedom, I love it because I was in the ER, with my son all night, and we are just starting our day at 2. I hope he's doing okay. Oh my gosh, the ER can be so tough, right? Just, oh my gosh, sitting forever. Oh, I hope he's doing okay. I'm so glad you made it. Kim, good to see you. She says, justice for Sebastian. Thank you, Kim. And Scranton says, I also think that when CP said that the way Sebastian's bed is made, he can't hide money under the mattress. Is that because he didn't have a mattress on the bed? Yes, because, yep, even a slat bed would hold dollars. Yeah, absolutely. Like you would have something, right? Like a box spring or any of that, right? I know. I never understood that either. Never understood that either. Oh, it wasn't built to hold money? I mean, you can hide money though. It's not like he's got wads of cash. I mean, maybe he did. No, I'm just kidding. I know he didn't. But I mean, no, I totally get you. I mean, a dollar bill could be folded and hid in many places, right? Even several dollars. So wee, crispy piggy. That's funny. Wee, all the way. I wasn't home. Yeah, I wasn't home. I don't get how Sebastian was wearing a t-shirt outside and wore long sleeves inside the house. That's a good question too, Faye. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, that is a very good question. Aw, Heather Marie says, love and light to all from Southern Indiana. Thank you, Heather Marie. That's so sweet. And because CP told her, right, yeah, they had to get their stories straight. They absolutely had to get their stories straight. She didn't even know where her son's freckles were. I know. They never said anything about his dimple, because he doesn't have two, I don't think. I think there's just one on the one side. Those are such identifying features that she could have put up there, and she didn't. She never did, you know? Uh, Veronica says, why would you not ask Seth, have you spoke with Sebastian? Common question. I mean, that's who I probably would have called first, right? As his dad. Like, do you know where, I mean, because obviously, look, if her husband's working in Memphis, and we're meant to believe that, right? And he's 3.5 hours, whatever, away, then why would she be calling him? Obviously, Sebastian isn't with him, right? Obviously, he doesn't know where Sebastian is because he wasn't even home. So, yeah, that in and of itself is odd. And Katie needs somebody to hold her hand to call 911. We got to three-way it. We called it on three-way because heaven forbid I talk to anyone without my husband. Whatever. I don't buy that for a second. Not with I own it, Katie. Mama's World says, thank you. Exactly. That means she saw him. She wasn't falling asleep or talking to Chris or studying, because Chris would have said he heard him, right? I don't care whatever you're doing, go to bed. I agree with that too. They never say the story as if they are he's over the phone, right? Like as if he's not there and she's there only. I agree. Very much so, because he's inserting himself where he really shouldn't be, or says he isn't.
I've noted calling the sheriff's department is not the same as calling 911. He was asked, when did you call 911? And he says, we called the sheriff's department. And I know there are some theories out there that there may be reasons why he called the sheriff's department. I've seen two opposing theories, one of which is that some people know calling the sheriff's department direct means your call is not recorded like it would be in a 911 case. I also hear a story that he was out of town Therefore, if he'd called 911, he would not have had local emergency response on the phone. And that's why he called the sheriff's department outright. Don't know why Katie didn't call 911 because she was actually there at the time. But perhaps going with that is this unexpected, not what was asked answer that Chris gives. He says, within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, which makes me think,
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited,
is one of the reasons that the sheriff's department was called and not 911.
Oh my gosh, guys, I clicked off that ad too quickly, but my goodness, did you guys see that? Wow, so there's a big class action lawsuit. I did hear about that, but now I'm seeing more ads for it. No, Joe, you're not blocked. Alicia says, Veronica, that would have been my first call. My ex took him OMG, but they knew where he was, so they didn't think about that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Veronica. Yeah, I was 30 plus and my mom knew I had a freckle on my foot and I never noticed it. Moms know. Exactly. Aw, that's so sweet. I mean, gosh, we check everybody's fingers and toes when they come out, right? Make sure everything's all good. Aw, that's so sweet. And that's the thing too, when you don't have tattoos, you have to rely on things like that. And that's something that everybody can see is right on his face. So he's got a dimple, he's got these freckles on his neck, um no way a mother isn't going to speak to the biological father when their son goes poof, unless, in my opinion, right? I know, Gina, that's where I'm at with it too. Even if you're not like the best co-parents ever, which I'm not saying that they weren't or they were. I'm just saying that even if you're not, that's the first place or one of the first places that you're going to look, right? Did Sebastian, is he heading your way and I don't know about this? What's going on? Have you seen our son, right? Did he call you? Especially when all of his items are there. We have a cell phone. We have money that's left behind. We have shoes that are left behind. We have a jacket or a coat that is left behind. Hoodies, all of that stuff. There's no backpack missing. He took a fidget, and that's another thing that Katie said. He fidgets. I didn't see him fidget once at the Texas Roadhouse. Did you guys? Did you guys notice any fidgeting? Because I didn't. Katie was absolutely describing Sebastian when he was younger. And I'm not going to say that he never fidgeted or, didn't fidget at times, but he didn't do it the whole time we saw him on video. He didn't have anything to fidget with. Right, Katie? So if that's something that he uses for those behaviors, and now there was a picture floating around of Katie and her friend at a Mexican restaurant with Faith and then her friend's son, and he had like visible toys and headphones and all of that he was using at the table because restaurants like that are loud, right? So where was Sebastian's fidget, Katie? Because I didn't see a fucking fidget. I don't see a fidget on the table in the other picture that they tried to pass off. So no. No, no, no. No. It doesn't work. But Chris said, Seth, my mom and dad were not there Sunday night. Did Chris just tell a story on Sunday night? Oh, I know what you're referring to, Sandy, in the Web Sleuths interview. Yeah, he said, my mom and dad were not there Sunday night. Yeah, he was PO'd. That's when he flew up on the panel. That's when he clicked that link. So, yes, Joe, you're fine. Just be respectful. My son is 18 and literally last week just notified his 2 birthmarks on his I just noticed 2 birthmarks on his upper left thigh and on his lower right calf. Ah, well, I just think that especially if they're more visible on his neck, I think that's probably the issue. You are suing Roblox, Joe. Are you being silly? I hope you win. Look, a class action lawsuit, you don't get very much money. Everybody gets like, a check for $5. So, but no, legitimately, they need to do something with that platform where there's children being exploited or I shared a story of sextortion. I know we're not even supposed to probably say that even though it happens. I don't know why they come after people for saying it when that's what it is. So, Alicia, yeah, there's a huge class action right now. A huge class action um lawsuit against Roblox because of the tragedies that have occurred from predators being able to use the site um, in order to take advantage of little children and even young adults, kind of like what JLR was doing or has done to many people that we just went over. Yeah. No, and I understand that kids do the self-stimming behaviors and things like that. And I'm not saying that Sebastian never did. I'm just saying we witnessed him for a good hour not doing any of that. Not looking for shiny pennies, Katie, or growling. She said that he does that too. I mean, she totally portrayed him as someone that he's not. That's what really bugs me.
To slow down the response because Chris really has in his mind how fast the response was. We know Katie talking about going all over again, looked in every closet, and she says, I ran all over the house, outside, inside. And she mentions outside first in that list, outside and inside. That got me thinking, what? Why was outside the first place you mentioned there? Did you know at that point that he was not inside the house? So outside was the first place you looked. Then you came inside, went all over the house, then looked in every closet. Notice that she's very descriptive of the search inside. I was looked in every closet. We got the walk through the house before as well. She's less descriptive of this search outside. I can't draw any conclusions from that. I just find it very interesting that while we're descriptive of looking in every closet, she's not descriptive of what it was that she was looking for or where she looked on the outside.
So, what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner.
Okay, and well, my son doesn't run. He's not a runner. Again, and we're gonna see it in black and white. Thank God for this guy, right? He puts it all in writing. Um, wow. But here's Holly Thompson again. Oh, was it this or this? Which one? Multiple choice. No. Ask them one question. Ask him one question. Has Sebastian ever done anything like this before? And then shut your pie hole. Don't say anything. Don't give them an out. Don't give them an in. Don't give them any ideas and don't give them options. Because all you're doing is allowing for them to pick one. And then the question in the conversation is shut down immediately. I mean, and just look at these two. Can we just look? I mean, I didn't even mean to do this. This one looks like guiltier than I've ever seen anyone. He looks like a child who just stole about 10 cookies from the cookie jar and ate them all up. And then he's trying to convince his mother that he didn't. Come on. And look at Katie. Oh my God, I can't wait till this is over. Lord. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to go back that far. Ooh, sorry. Did not want to go back that far. Oh, now it's buffering.
Through both of your minds. I mean, are we panicking? Is
what's going through both of your minds? Are we panicking? Right? What's going through both your minds? Are we panicking? You could have stopped it right there, but she didn't, right? She's going to give them options.
Oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house.
Oh, I think he's just probably at a neighbor's house at 6 a.m. Why would he be at a neighbor's house at 6 a.m. when he hasn't even gotten up and gotten ready for school? Hasn't brushed his teeth, hasn't combed his hair, hasn't put on clothes. All of his shoes are still right by the door, which she can see when she walks near his bedroom. Come on, Holly Thompson, stop with that.
Or what are you thinking?
My son.
Or what are you thinking? Right? Or what are you thinking? And here's Katie. My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. And she can't even look at the person who's asking a question. My, oh my.
Doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
So there's more from Katie and Chris there. Once again, the question is, what are you thinking? And I'm always really interested in whether someone answers a question directly or whether, like the question about tell us about that night, do they go somewhere else? And Katie answers the question. What are you thinking? She says, I'm thinking my son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. So look at the...
Oh, crud. Okay, so my thing on this, I just don't know about this. And the reason why is because I can't for the life of me figure out, right, why Katie would answer in that way, right? Because I don't feel like she is actually answering the question, what were you thinking? Right? Because if she was answering the question of what were you thinking, then she might say, well, I didn't know what to think because he's usually in bed when I go to wake him up. So I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. So I start looking around for him, right? I'm calling his name. I'm checking the bathroom, right? Any of those things would have fit into a normal narrative, a truthful narrative, right? Of what somebody might say. But instead, when Holly asks her, what are you thinking? Right? What's going through both of your minds? Were you panicking? Did you think he was at a neighbor's house? She gives him an out, right? She could have said, yeah, I thought he was at the neighbor's. Yeah. And then moved on, right? Or no, I didn't think he was at the neighbor's. And then that could have shut everything down, right? But she says, what are you thinking? And she said, my son doesn't run. He's not a runner, right? And then she says, I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door, but she said it real performatively, right? Her best Meryl Streep. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out the door. That's Katie. And she's also doing that accent that we know is shit, right? She really doesn't use that accent unless she's around people who have that accent, which is strange because she's trying to mirror and chameleon into wherever she is or whoever she's talking to, because she's trying to be more believable because she's lying her ass off. And in my opinion, she doesn't answer this question, because what are you thinking? Be like, I wouldn't know what to think because my son doesn't run away, right? But she just looks at her blankly and she just, I don't know, my son's not a runner. It's like, what? Very strange behavior, you know? Yeah, right, Mitty. Exactly. Mitty says, LOLCP, we know Sebastian is a good kid. Is your wife a good person? you know? You'd think KP would be crying on CP's shoulder and he'd put an arm around her to comfort her. Well, that's another thing that was absolutely, in my opinion, I noticed all of that, right? Because if your wife is so upset that she's crying and she's rocking back and forth and she's snotting with her tissue, which Katie was in this interview, that he would offer her some condolences, right? So, I mean, it's not his child. So the fact that he's not overly emotional is understandable to a certain extent. But the fact that he's not even comforting his wife, as you would expect for a wife to comfort a husband or a husband to comfort a wife, that's awkward and weird. It's like, you did this to yourself, bitch. And that's pretty much the way I look at it. Like, he's not offering her even a back pat rub, nothing. He's not grabbing her hand like, let me help you through this, dear. I know this is absolutely terrible for you. No. He's looking at her like, bitch, you're lucky I'm here. He really is, because everything points to Katie, and he knows that in the beginning. Now, this is in the beginning before he got so cocky, before he paid off his friends or whatever he did, in my opinion. All that is unseen says exactly, Lady Freedom. Do you want me to think someone snuck into your house and took him? Is that why there's a thud? Oh, Lord. Right. Yes, and that's the thing. She's setting it up for people to fill in the blanks themselves, because she's not telling us the whole story. Mama's World says they both share guilt in every way. I'm sorry. Plus, a couple of others are involved. Yeah, I believe that too. Mama's World. She handles CP's cheating plus her own doings. They're so lying in every way. Everything they're saying right here, right? And they are so lying. And again, Katie keeps with this story for a while. You know, she keeps in with the story of, I don't know why he walked out the door. He had to have walked out the front door. Which door do you think he went out? The front door. Chris is also yelling at people on panels. I told you any of the doors would have been the front one. You know, but then again, he told Smiley, you know, a couple weeks before that, or a couple months before that, he said, well, you know, if he would have went out the front door, we would have heard him. Plus, there was a Ring camera across the street that would have picked it up, you know, but then all of a sudden they're so adamant, right? And again, they've done this in cycles to people, right? Because just as JLR knows that there's a lot of very gullible and a lot of impressionable and a lot of vulnerable people out there in general on social media, but in general, they know that they can put out a statement and people will believe it and run with it and do all kinds of fuckery. The fuckery is endless. I can't sit here and give you all the list of things, but it's endless. You know, I mean, they're gonna look. That's why everyone. Oh, Sebastian's just gonna miraculously return when he's 18. I hope he does, but I'm not gonna wait around to find out. I'm gonna actively look for him, no matter what. I'm not banking on what Chris and Katie are telling us, because again, all fabricated, doesn't make sense, doesn't have correct points of view even, right? Because Chris's point of view is going to be from his point of view over the phone in Memphis. Period. If it's the honest truth, the honest to God story, that's what it's going to be. And it has never been that. You know, and then they're just able to go around skating around like two idiots, causing a circus wherever they go, blaming other people, never taking accountability. And again, Katie, where is Sebastian? Because you have to know. Yeah, he's not a runner. He would never walk out that door. Later on in the interview, she says, she says, he loves to run, ironically enough.
Question directly, or whether, like the question about tell us about that night, do they go somewhere else? And Katie answers the question. What are you thinking? She says, I'm thinking my son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. So that's very directly answering the question, which is always an indication of honesty. I talked about hidden truths.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party test. Katie, in that answer, says what happened to Sebastian in her head. At least he walked out the door. She says, I don't know why he walked out that door. Two specifics there. She knows walked is something that he did, and the other one is that door, not out the door or climbed out a window, left. No, she says, I don't know why he walked out that door. That's a specific door that it seems to me from what she says there, she knows that Sebastian walked out of a specific door. I don't know why he walked out that door. Lots of indications of motion in Katie's answer here. My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before, and he walked out of that door. So there's a repeated concept. Did he run? Did he bolt away? Is that why runner, and run are said there? Then she...
Well, and a lot of times it would be called bolting or eloping, right? That's what they kind of call it when people just go off or wander off. If somebody does wander, right? Like if they have Alzheimer's too is another thing where we'll hear people will just wander off, and then people will, the neighbors will call and say your family member is here and that sort of thing. It's really sad and scary too. But if you know that the person does that, you put the proper precautions in your home, right? You put alarms and stuff on the doors and all of that kind of stuff. So again, I want to point out one more thing to the I don't, right? I don't know why. So I don't, but then also I don't know why, doubled up there, right? And then the specific door. Again, we're talking about many, many times I'm talking about the front door, not the garage door, not the back door, the front door. Always the front door with them.
He says walked, so is it just in her mind the motion of Sebastian walking out the door? Maybe he walked out the door and then started to run. It's very hard for her to say this. She says, I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out the door. She has some difficulties building up to saying walked out that door. Look, Chris does a misspeak here. He said,
Sorry guys, I didn't realize I'm blindly reviewing this, so I didn't realize that he was going to go back over that.
I don't know why he walked out the door. She has some difficulties building up to saying walked out that door. Look, Chris does a misspeak here. He says there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers. I really like that from him because it says he's listening to what he says. So he's choosing his words carefully. And when he makes a mistake, he goes back and he corrects it. And look, if you're being interviewed by TV, especially if your child is missing or your stepchild is missing, you're probably going to be thinking about your answers very carefully as well. You're not going to want to make a fool of yourself. You maybe want to give away really important information that will help you find your child. You're very tense and stressed, and every chance you're going to be thinking carefully about what you're saying. And that shows that's what Chris is doing here. If you're thinking carefully about what you're saying, it just means what you're saying is important to you. It is not an indication of some sort of guilt or some sort of innocence. But there is things that come out in his language, these hidden truths that come out. He says there are questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. Right now suggests to me he doesn't have the answers on day 8 of Sebastian being missing, which is when this interview was, right now, but he expects answers to come, or thinks it's possible that these answers could come, but he doesn't have them at the moment that he's given that interview, hence why he uses right now. But Chris volunteered.
But they were also trying to push this narrative that Sebastian wasn't in trouble, right? And I'm sure that'll be talked about soon. But I mean, when Chris just comes into the conversation, he's like, I mean, he's a good kid, right? He intersects, right? Because he knows Katie's over there. I don't know why he walked out the door. He knows she's like, and she's rocking and she's doing the whole bit. And so he interjects and he says, I mean, he's a good kid, right? He's not a mischievous child by any means, right? But we can see that he was getting in trouble here at the Texas Roadhouse. Let me make myself teeny tiny. There we go. We can see that he was in trouble, right? He's being scolded. And then the aftermath is in the middle. Him looking down, Katie looking like triumphant. And then I added the creepy one of Katie looking all around just for good measure, right? This is the reality of what happened at the Texas Roadhouse, a small bit of it. And I'm sorry, but he's in trouble for something. He's being told something. Why did you do something? Why'd you do it? Right? What's going on? That's the first picture. We have the creepy one in the corner. The one underneath me, she's like pointing at him with all of her fingers forward at him. And then all the way to the far right, you have her with all fingers pointed all together toward him. And she's also in a very aggressive stance, for her body lunged forward toward the table, across the table at Sebastian. Tell me that that child is not in trouble and he didn't do anything to deserve it, because we watched him before this. He didn't do anything to deserve to be reprimanded or scolded or in trouble, or, look at him going closer to the booth, scooting in, making himself small. It's absolutely heartbreaking and disgusting to think about it and watch it. Even looking at the still photos of it makes me absolutely sick. Where is Sebastian, Katie? And then he says, but there's answers to questions that have no answers. There's answers to questions that have no answers. What a damn fool he is. No, we don't, Chris. And please don't try to help us out or make it crystal clear, because you never do. Right? Just shut up. Or questions, excuse me. Questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that. Right? And Katie has said something very similar to that too. We don't have that. He should be here for that. For that. What's that? What's that, Katie? What's that? And Chris, be quiet. If you have to cough, by all means, but be quiet, because you weren't there, were you? Or were you? Because nobody's ever had confirmation about that. I don't know what to believe with those PIs that didn't seem like they were doing a very good job. Sorry. I know, Seth. I know. It's just like, and then them pushing that. You're not in trouble. He's not in trouble. Right? He wouldn't have a reason to run away. And these are why people ask that, right? People are asking because they're seeing this and they're like, well, what was going on at the table though? We understand that maybe Sebastian was disappointed once we found out that they weren't able to go bowling. But we thought that that was rectified by him being able to play some games while he was there. And so that kind of, a give and take. All right, so we can't bowl, but let's play some arcade games. Come on, let's have fun anyway, right? In life, we have to do that. We have to pivot. We have to, change directions, and it can be very stressful for someone on the spectrum, but we also have to help them realize that, many times in life, we're not going to be able to meet the expectations that we thought we would. So, it again, but then we find out that Katie allegedly didn't even make it up to him. And what did they do? Go straight to the roadhouse? What? We don't know. We don't know what actually happened that day, even though they were on camera much of the time. Well, we do know that he was there Monday morning, but really nothing else. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I know that a lot of people too, you know, I just think that some people think that Sebastian didn't make it home a small part of me wonders too if he did or not. So yeah. But again, he's acting like they're desperately searching desperately. I don't think so. Because it would only take one person to stay back at home, right? And the only thing that Katie Proudfoot was asked for or asked of by police was to stay at home and wait for Sebastian in case he came back. But what did Katie do? The exact opposite of what law enforcement said to do. But then she turns around and said, but law enforcement told me to stay at home. That's why I wasn't searching. They weren't desperately searching for answers because she would have been out there looking. She would have been out there looking, in my opinion.
Here's some information about Sebastian. Chris says he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. He wasn't asked. They were asked about what was going through their mind. They weren't asked to give a character reference for Sebastian. And I think once more, especially, he's not a mischievous child by any means. When someone tells you what someone's not, that's where their focus is, on the not. So why didn't you say he's a good kid and leave it at that? He has to go in and say he's not a mischievous child, and then even.
The index with Bible verses. Interesting. Okay, hold on one second, guys.
More persuade us further by saying by any means. So I do wonder, again, I'm getting something through in the words that makes me think that Chris and Katie think that Sebastian was a badly behaved child, or they had to cope a lot with Sebastian's behaviors. What are your thoughts so far? Leave them in the comments if you can. If you know someone who's interested in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, at the time of recording, he's...
Okay, guys, definitely go like and subscribe over here. Great channel. I think that this aspect of statement analysis is very, very smart and interesting. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Hey, Titch, good to see you. And Laura is here. Laura says that they're searching for beavers. LOL, in my opinion, what a joke. I did see that too today where said that Crabtree was hiding from the beavers. That made me laugh. That's too funny, Laura. I'm convinced he didn't make it home. I personally think the flashlight footage is them getting rid of incriminating stuff, in my opinion. You know, Titch, it could very well be that. It could very well be. You know, very often people make huge mistakes and they have to risk something, even if it's well thought out and planned out, in my opinion. So, yeah, absolutely. Hello, Kylie's Nail Candy. Good to see you. And Kylie says, I don't think he made it home too either, in my opinion. Very interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm like 20% that he may have not made it home. And that's only because I do think at 3 a.m. I think that they did carry Sebastian out that way. I really do. I really do. So never a truer word is who we're reviewing today. And definitely go over and subscribe and like for more good content from them as well. Okay, I think
as well. If people are open-minded, they will get a lot from this. Let's go back to the interview.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or...
Okay, again, Holly is giving them all kinds of answers. Right? Go back to that day. Right? But then she's giving them answers. I mean, look, she's like really working hard to think about this. She's working hard to help out the feet, in my opinion. Miss Pollyanna Hollyanna.
Something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
Was there something that could have enticed him to come outside even? Right? She's giving her all kinds of answers.
From this. Let's go back to the interview.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
All right, guys. Or if he'd have been in trouble, here comes Chris, right? Because now he knows, right? And look at her. I mean, what the hell, Katie? But again, with this, make more sense if we'd been fighting. Make more sense if we've been fighting. You mean if Sebastian didn't just, curl up at the end of the booth and get nervous? Because I don't see him coming back at you, Katie. I don't see a fight. I see you pointing at him. There is no fight, Katie. But what were you scolding him about? Because you were clearly scolding him. Clearly. Just such a little weirdo in the corner. I'm sorry, but that corner picture is so weird. All right.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
Another really informative question and answer. I'll just go through what was said there. Is there anything that happened that day you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind? And Katie says, we've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left. And I haven't been able to figure it out. He's, that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day, he agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. So once more, let's look. Does she answer the question? She's asked, was there anything that came to mind? That's a question that's a yes, no question. That can be answered with yes, there was, or no, there wasn't. And Katie avoids saying yes or no, which means there's something interesting going on there. Why does she not just say yes, there was, or no, there wasn't? She widens it out as well, because she was asked about that day and she says, we've been combing over that day and even the weeks before. Now, why do that? Is it that this has been something that's been building up for years, for weeks? Is this something that has been building up until that day? Now, she mentions that day twice, by the way, which is fine because she's asked about that day in the question. She's not asked about the night like she was earlier. So this is maybe slightly easier for her to talk about that day. But that day and even the weeks before, has there been a build-up of tension or arguments or frustration somewhere? That is entirely possible from these words. Once more, Katie shows that in her mind, or in her words, Sebastian chose to go away himself because he left, in her words. I'm thinking about the weeks before he left, is what she said. Now, that's not to say this is all Sebastian's fault or bad things did not cause him to leave, but she's giving Sebastian the agency for what happened the weeks before he left. She does focus on that morning and that day again. She doesn't talk about the night. You'll notice she just focuses on the morning and that day. And then things slip out here. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. So Katie doesn't.
Okay, so I agree that she slips up here, but I also think that, them being around Aunt Melissa, she isn't a very good source, right? She's not very credible because she antagonizes Sebastian. We've watched her do it. She filmed herself doing it. And so if Sebastian was in a good mood that day, I'm sure she would do everything she could to make it not that way for him. In my opinion, based on what we've seen, Aunt Melissa, the bully. Yeah, I think she's bullying Sebastian too. Katie is at the table, just like she does to Chris. Little short man, crispy, little crispy critter. He was in a good mood, right? Seems like a lie. I think so too, right? And everyone else was saying that it seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. What do you mean behaving? As opposed, in comparison to who, Katie? Aunt Melissa, your buddy that you met over at BJ's? No, I don't think so. I think Aunt Melissa is absolutely a bully. I think Aunt Melissa is immature. I think Aunt Melissa is a shithead. I do. Because no adult decides to bully one of the children. Why don't you pick on someone your own size, Melissa? Try to bully me around. See how that works for you. Right? Because you don't go around bullying and picking on anyone, but especially not someone who is supposed to look up to you or that would be in a position of power or authority, with you being his quote unquote aunt. Poor Sebastian, I feel sorry he ever had to call you Aunt Melissa, because you're not an aunt, you're a bully.
About the night, you'll notice she just focuses on the morning and that day. And then things slip out here. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. So Katie doesn't actually say he was in a good mood and he was behaving, just social proof. Everyone we were around would agree that this was happening. Why did she not tell us what her experience is? Why does she have to tell us what everyone that they were around would say if we could ask them? And by the way, he seemed like he was in a good mood. It's not he was in a good mood. So we do have that morning, he was laughing, he was joking. But that day, it seemed like he was in a good mood. And once again, she says he was behaving. So I mention again of Sebastian's behavior. And we don't notice unusual things. So is it usual that he was misbehaving? Again, I think Sebastian's behavior really problematic to Katie and Chris. And I can't say strongly enough that I don't think this is a blame Sebastian thing. I think these two had some real problems with things that Sebastian did. Katie continues and says, make more sense if we've been fighting, Chris adds, or if he'd been in trouble. But he hasn't even been in trouble. So, I mean, hey.
Yeah, and also I think that we all know that there were issues because of the CPS reports, because of them looking into schools, because of them having the parent teacher conference, because of Sebastian being in counseling, but not just for therapies for autism or, for what he went through in California. It was more than that. It was for what was directly occurring in their house and how they were in a tumultuous, on the rocks sort of marriage, right? And again, I'm not shaming that. It's just part of what was going on at that time. And it's important. We can't just overlook that, because that's what Sebastian was dealing with, right? And then they were blaming him, in my opinion, for it. Like he was the issue. And clearly he's not. He looks like a very well-mannered child, in my opinion. Prove me wrong. KJ says, if she has enough information to comb over that day, why don't we get any of that info? That's a great question, KJ. Yeah, exactly. And they're in the same breath, they're saying there's nothing. We have answers to questions that need answers, and the $1,000,000 questions and all of this nonsense. The only conversation that they've had, KJ says, that day was to go to bed, good night, mama, and no, mama, lies, lies, lies. Yeah, and she does add to the story, right? Because obviously there's footage from the neighbor's camera that someone took out the trash, right? And all of a sudden that's Sebastian's chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. The only thing she's combed is lice and fleas in their bed. Oh, jeez. Seth. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Yes, please answer the poll. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and then I saw your comment, KJ, and I was like, we need to do a poll because I am interested to know. And at this point, it looks like it's about 50-50. 50 people saying yes, 50 people saying no. Look at that, guys. 50-50. And that's why I've kind of taken on that fork in the road, right? Like, did this happen though? Because there are some things that are very convincing that would make us believe, right? Like one being the trash video that we're speaking of right now. We haven't been able to see it. No one will show it to us. We can't make up our own minds about it. They're not allowing for us to do that. But why? Why? Right? $1,000,000 BS, in my opinion. Exactly. Hey, Bo. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here and hitting the like button. So, yeah, I mean, wow. And thank you, little Miss Sharon. She says mullet card check. Oh, yeah. Mr. Mullet and the baby curl. Why are the weird guys, why do they always rock the baby curl? Can anybody answer me that? Maybe that'll be tonight's question. Is there a reason why? And, weigh in at all you men out there with that mullet and the baby curl. I want to know why you guys are such freaking weirdos, right? Because Josh Duggar definitely has the little baby curl. Whenever they took his ball cap off at the station when they were booking him in, oh my God, they took the baby curl and the baby curl like floated in the air. It was hilarious, you know? So Seth, you know what? Leave my poll alone until we're finished here. No, I'm just kidding. He says your poll only has 19 votes. But still, look, okay, so we can still take, you know. So I'm so glad I don't rock a mullet. I mean, what is with that? I'm glad that you don't have that baby curl going on. It's weird because it seems to me that I just don't trust people, men with a baby curl. I don't. There's something that is just they've never grown up or out of it or anything with the baby curl, and they're always doing horrible things. So, again, makes more sense if we'd been fighting, right? But you were, Katie, you were after him. And or he'd be in trouble, or if he'd been in trouble, but he wasn't even in trouble, and then he's like, he does one of them. So I mean, nothing to see. And then, hey, the $1,000,000 question. Now, this is where I really want to know what the expert thinks.
The $1,000,000 question, why did he go? And the other $1,000,000 question is how? Chris tells us once more, trouble was on his mind. If he'd been in trouble, but he hasn't even been in trouble. Once again, we're focused on what didn't happen, which sometimes suggests that did happen or it's usual happening. He hasn't even been in trouble. So once more, I'm seeing this behavior. I'm seeing this trouble coming through in the relationship. And I'm sure you've spotted it right already. The $1,000,000 question, why did he go? And the other $1,000,000 question is how? Once more, it's there. Why did he go? So Chris as well is giving Sebastian the agency, saying it was Sebastian's went of his own volition. He went. It wasn't someone took him. It wasn't that someone made him go. It's that Sebastian went. Why did he go? The other $1,000,000 question is how, and this is the thing I'm sure you've noticed. If my child was missing, my $1,000,000 question would be, where is he? How?
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. I wish I had a little ding, 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 ding. That's it, right? That's the $1,000,000 question. It's still the most important question. Where? Where is Sebastian? Where? Right? Not why. Who gives a fuck why? We'll ask him why when we find him. Hello, McFly. Not how. I don't give a fuck how. Because at this point, again, it's the where. And we've gone over this so many times where I'm like, guys, even if we figure out how, what's next? Where is Sebastian? That's it. That's the only thing that matters. But we have Chris and Katie who go on panels for 8 hours and never beg the question. The real, true $1,000,000 question. Right? And I think you're right, Mitty. I think we only have 19 because some people are undecided, and I respect that. I should have put I should have added that in there, right? Not sure, because that would have given us a good control, group to go off of or in that whatnot. So yes, but I feel like when I'm trying to get likes, I'm like, okay, we have 63 in chat and only 19 voted. um, but okay, so since I only did a yes or no, how about if we do, like, if you had to pick one and nobody knows what you voted, and I would never share that anyway because I want it to be blind, right? That's important. Don't worry about being right or wrong because there is not a right or wrong question to answer the question. But if you do decide to vote on it, which one, if you weighed both sides of the fork in the road, I call it, right? How much information have you gathered that brings you to believe that he did make it home? And how much information have you gathered so far that believes that he might not have made it home? Which one? Unless you're 50-50 though. See, this is the thing, because when I look at this, our poll is 57. Yes. Oh, all right. So we're about 60-40. Just about. And thank you guys for voting. Again, I'm not going to hold you to it later or be like, I told you he made it. No. I'm really interested in hearing what you guys think. Yeah, thank you, Alicia. Yeah, because we need to know. We need to figure this out. Like what, because I mean, again, it is a fork in the road. And when I'm talking about putting in information into Sebastian's war room for the Discord that I'm creating, I do want to make it to where there's a couple of different theories that we're actively working on, right? I don't want to be like Sheriff Snuggle Struggles and only operate under one assumption. So again, this is not like a right or wrong answer type of a thing, because when we're really working through these theories, that's what we have to go by. It's just strictly what the facts are. So yeah, add who cares? Where's Sebastian? Exactly, Seth. I know. And you've said it to your blue in the face, you know, and that's tough, right? I mean, and that's the question because Katie's the last one with him, right? I'm not just choosing Katie as a target. Like, oh man, like we have to, I mean, she's not a poll. We have to pick someone so Katie's the one. No, it's the fact that when we look at the statements, when we look at the behavior, but then the fact of the matter is at the end of the day, Katie was last with Sebastian. She's his mother. She's responsible for him. So where is he? That's why I ask specifically Katie. And because Chris was all smug the one night and goes, well, why don't you just ask her? You know? Well, I mean, that's a good question. We should direct that towards her. So, thank you, Laura. I'm trying. We gotta build that pressure because, that's the thing. If we don't, then we're doing exactly what they want us to do. Stop talking about it. Don't try to figure out where he is. $1,000,000 question, where is Sebastian always? Narcissists are tough. Hey, I know. But they're a little easier to handle once we know how they tick. So, and I don't know. Yeah, Scranton, I should have put an I don't know answer. But yeah, that's why I'm thinking if we change it up a little bit and say, okay, what if we just do, like, based on what you know about the case, which one? Right? Because I mean, if he didn't make it home, there are some places on the way home that he could have been handed off. So, and I know that there was that one video floating around where it looks like someone is walking behind where all those cameras are. I know there's a lot of cameras over there, but again, they would have had to check them in order to get the footage, right? And if the police were not checking them, I mean, look, we know for a fact that the green hoodie that made contact with Katie and Sebastian right before Sebastian went missing and was caught on camera with them, the last place he was caught on camera publicly is at the Texas Roadhouse. And they didn't think about interviewing that person until the public put pressure on the situation, and they said, "Oh, I guess we ought to go down there and do that." Well, yeah, I guess you oughta. Where you been? What are you doing? Wake up, right? So here's the thing. Did they even get the camera stuff? Or did Katie have somebody arranged in that parking lot? Guys, it's a great big parking lot. There's a big hotel. Now there's cameras all up in the hotel. I did check that. And there's cameras all around. There's a lot of cameras around. But could they have done something and nobody asked for the footage? I believe so. So that's why, there are some options when it comes to the Sebastian didn't make it home at all theory. But then again, I do believe that the lights video is, I do believe that that's the activity in the neighborhood if Sebastian did get out that way. But again, the how and the why are not as important as where. Where is at the forefront. And KJ says, does anybody know which statement analyst really had a problem with Katie saying we got up when talking about the events of Sunday? I can't find it. We got up. We got up. I am not sure. But yeah, if you guys know in chat, definitely help us out. If I had to pick, I would have said yes, he made it home, or the subdivision. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too, because even in the morning there was opportunity for Katie to do a handoff. Hey Pamela, good to see you. I believe he made it home, and so did somebody else, and that was hiding in the back seat floorboard from the Texas Roadhouse. Also, why would he not go in his front door as he usually did? I believe that too, Pamela. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, typically it was said that Sebastian would get out of the car and Katie would pull into the driveway and he'd go in the front door, right? And it did appear to the neighbor that Sebastian wasn't able to get into the door on Saturday, right? So he skipped back in and went in through the garage. So, yeah. It's just a lot to consider, Oh, hey, Gail. I'm so glad to hear that that went well for you. Wonderful. Oh, I'm glad you made it. Yeah, those are scary. I get so scared for those.
Can I get to him? How can I get him back? Not why and how. These are things that maybe they do know, maybe they're hiding, but he has no focus at all, for some reason, on where Sebastian is.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on the internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now that he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his gaming. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games.
Okay, really quick. This is a little different because at his father's house, at Sebastian's father's house, Sebastian knows to keep his phone on him, that he's supposed to keep in communications with his mom and his dad and that sort of thing. He's actually given that responsibility and is doing okay with it, right? Nothing's ever perfect. No kid is ever perfect, right? But he does it there. Now at Chris and Katie's house, they don't allow for him to do any of that. This is what Chris is saying. And Katie co-signs on all of it with him. And we see in the footage at the Texas Roadhouse that he doesn't have a phone with him. So he's not even allowed to bring it around with him when he's at his mom's. The phone stays plugged in on the counter and it's there. He's not allowed to have it. He's locked down. He can only have a calculator and the ability to call on his phone, according to what Chris says and Katie says. Now that's at their house.
We've combed every electronic.
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data, and it's scattered all.
We've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
This answer has so much in it that reassures me about Chris and Katie, but also more worries from them in their words as well. Now, I don't think much of the interviewer, right? I think she's a bit all over the place. And look, she talks about Sebastian in the past tense as if he's dead. I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right? So this interviewer has come in to talk to these two parents whose child is missing and talks about the child in the past tense, which is beyond crass, I'm afraid. Not a fan of this interviewer. So she asks in the past tense.
Oh boy. So he says, I'm not a fan of this lady, right? So I would agree, but also for some other reasons. That is strange, and I've never noticed that she did use past tense. Holly did. Holly Thompson, the interviewer, when she's talking about Sebastian. But here's the thing that I can't completely fault her for. That part of it is because, look, they brought out every single resource that they possibly could for the first 7 days, going into 8 days, finding Sebastian. Then they scale back the search, right? So they're using drones, ATVs, heat signature, blah, 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 horses, Everyone's coming in, the FBI, the TBI, other, counties are coming in to assist in the search. People were out searching. They were asking people to check their camera footage, to check their yards, right? To check their properties twice a day. And in those 7 days, there has been not a scent, not a sighting, not hide nor hair of Sebastian Rogers. So at this point, if I'm Holly Thompson and I'm local, I'm thinking, holy shit, right? Holly doesn't have any type of emotional attachment to Sebastian. She just knows this is a kid who's local to me and he's missing, and this is fucking scary. That's all she knows. And she also knows that they pulled out all the stops to find him. So if she's using past tense, I can understand why she would do that, even though I'm not a fan.
I understand he was somewhat of a gamer. There was a video game he loved, right? So all past tense. Now look at Katie and Chris. They answer about Sebastian in the present tense, which is what you would expect talking about someone who is alive. Katie says Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. Not he loved Minecraft or he did love Minecraft. Present tense. He loves Minecraft. And Chris, he doesn't, present tense, does not have accessibility. And he also says, we just don't feel right now. So again, present tense, not we didn't feel that he was capable of having that sort of responsibility. It was, we just don't feel right now. He's capable. He is capable. So this is all present tense. He doesn't have a gamer tag, present tense. He doesn't have online capabilities. All of that present tense. In the question was put to them in the past tense, and without pushing back on it, they just naturally spoke about Sebastian in the present tense. What do I worry about then? Well, Chris goes to say something talking for himself and then stops and restarts and talks about him and Katie together. And it's about the restrictions that are put on Sebastian online.
Yes. You know, he says, I mean, I, and then we, right? But I also wanted to stop really quick and say that I find it interesting that he's pointing out that Katie is using correct tense, but the interviewer is not. And I thought that was super smart and, you know, very interesting.
With gaming, Chris says, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel right now he's capable of having that responsibility. So I wonder if Chris is the disciplinarian and realized that he was about to make himself look like he's disciplinarian, like he's controlling. We have a firm belief, and softens it to say this is joint, this is parents together. I ain't so bad. This is parents together doing this. Notice that he doesn't ban Sebastian from the internet or social media because it's horrible out there. He says how social media can be, and we all know social media can be horrible, can be dangerous. It cannot be a place where you would want a 15-year-old boy to be for their own good, for their protection. But note that that's put on Sebastian. It's not that I'm keeping Sebastian away from social media and the internet because it's horrible. It's that Sebastian is not capable of having that kind of responsibility right now. So that's an interesting one. That's kind of doing Sebastian down rather than doing social media and the internet down. He also says
well, and I think that's an interesting thing to point out. And also we know that a lot of times it's blame Sebastian, right? It's Sebastian's fault. He's not capable of using the internet. They were also downplaying Sebastian's capabilities. We know that. I think Sebastian was fully capable. And as a matter of fact, Sebastian was fully capable of beating an adult at chess. So why would he not be capable of using his phone or internet or those type of privileges, right? We don't feel like he's capable. That's the words that they used. They tried to paint Sebastian as very incapable and that he looks for shiny pennies and he fidgets.
Don't feel right now he's capable of that kind of responsibility, just as a minimizing word. There's more going on there. I think he wants us to focus on the fact that Sebastian's not ready to be online yet, but I think there is more going on around that. And Chris, in that one paragraph answer, look at all the restrictions he's put on a very small part of a 15-year-old boy's life. He doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on the internet. His phone is locked down. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities. So that's quite a lot in just one very short couple of sentences where Chris talks about a lot of restrictions that have been placed, and I believe by him, more so than Katie, a lot of restrictions that have been placed on Sebastian's life. Katie then says, we've combed every electronic. Now, this is the second time she's used the word combed. And I was interested in that. I think earlier she said she combed the house or she combed inside or something like that. But she's used combed twice now. I don't know what.
Ooh, she sure has used comb twice now. And she's going to use it again when it's referring to law enforcement combing footage and things like that. And we've combed over the last couple days. Wow, she does use the word combed over, right? But not with fleas or lice. She's comb, not, and she doesn't talk about combing hair. No, she's talking about combing electronics, combing this, combing that. Weird. Very strange.
I'm getting from that. I don't know what to make of the fact she's used combed twice. Maybe it's just a word she uses a lot, but I'm interested in why she says combed twice when we're talking about the search around the house. Combed. Interesting. And then Chris, now this is hidden truths, right? This looks like I'm being upfront, I'm being honest. We're doing everything we can to help. Chris says, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers. So that looks like, hey, we've cooperated with all the authorities. Look how good we are. But then look, it's not we've cooperated with all the authorities, full stop. It's not we've given them everything. Or we've given them everything they've asked for and more. They've only cooperated as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided. So it's not like we've given them everything. It's not even saying there's some stuff we've held back. Only if the authorities have asked for something, they've provided it. It doesn't say we've fully cooperated with the authorities.
Wow, guys, that is just mind-blowing. And again, I have not reviewed this before presenting today. So blind review here, but this is so interesting, and I've never heard someone point this out before. And maybe you guys have noticed it, but it says we've cooperated with all of the authorities, right? As far as anything they've asked us to provide, we provided it, right? So they haven't given up anything extra. So only what they've been asked to provide, they've given. Wow. To me, that speaks volumes. To me, that says that they have held back information and they haven't fully cooperated. Right? And we still don't have any answers. Well, yeah, because you're not providing any answers, Chris, and you and Katie have the answers. You can comb over any electronic you want, Katie, but at the end of the day, when you guys hold the answers and you're only giving what you're asked for, that's why, right? And Chris loves playing that semantic. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. He'll be like, well, that's not the question you asked me. Well, you know what? Read between the lines. You know? I mean, I'm telling you. And Eric with an H, good to see you. He says, you have me laughing back here. He says, hey, y'all, I'm late. I've been hanging blinds and stuff. What have I missed? They arrested yet? I wish, we'd be celebrating. We'd be like, oh, finally something, right? We'd be like, hopefully answers. That's when we're gonna get our answers. I have a feeling. Um, you know. Kim, good to see you. Where's the work devices, the cell phones, computers, etc.? I agree. I agree with that as well. Where's all of the forensics that were done or in the home, or were they not done? It definitely makes you wonder. And good to see you, Kim.
They've asked us to provide, we've provided. So it's not like we've given them everything. It's not even saying there's some stuff we've held back. Only if the authorities have asked for something, they've provided it. It doesn't say we've fully cooperated with the authorities.
Let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am, very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
So, really interesting answer about Sebastian's biological father. Where we were asked that the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well. And straight away, Chris says, yes, ma'am, very much. And Katie says, he is. They're then asked, right, how would you describe that relationship, the two of them, the four of you? And actually, the way they describe it, yeah, it's great. We're talking all the time. Everything's brilliant when we do all this stuff together. But look at what they say. Katie says it's relatively good, which means it's not always good, or relatively compared to what? Compared to how it could be, compared to how it was. It's just relatively good. That doesn't mean it's brilliant. It's not great. It's not amazing. It's relatively good. And Chris, one of the first things he says is, we have our disagreements. So it comes out there, Katie, Chris, and the biological dad don't have the best of relationships. Did you notice how Katie and Chris both spoke about the relationship very, very differently? Katie talks about them as a foursome. So the stepdad, Chris, the biological dad, Sebastian, and Katie. And she says, we talk regularly. He, biological dad, talks to his son, Sebastian, on a regular basis, sees him, Sebastian, on a regular basis. He's involved in school, so that's the biological dad. He's involved in school, and I think she says therapy, but it may be therapy. And I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, so that's Sebastian. He doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, that's Sebastian again, he did, then his dad, biological dad, would be in the front row. So she really talks about how the biological dad and Sebastian relate to each other. She talks about
Right. And she really, really talks Seth up in here, in these interviews in the beginning. That was what was so suspicious to me, was that Katie was talking like this about Seth, right? So the relationship as far as co-parenting, it's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his dad on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and and also in therapy. I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row. What does that say about a dad? I mean, it's a short paragraph on what we expect out of a dad who sees his son every other weekend and there is a divorce, or a mom speaks to the child regularly, sees them regularly, involved in school, involved in therapy. If there are extracurriculars, he's in the front row. What else do we need out of a parent? Because that shows love, that shows connection, that shows closeness, that shows that he is a father, period. He's a father to Sebastian, always has been. And we found out more as time went on, that for a very long period of time, when Sebastian was a baby, he was a single parent in a certain regard. That's what happens when someone's deployed in the military. It can often feel like a single parent because you're there by yourself and someone's not there. The other parent is not there. Right? But then all of a sudden, because of the heat that they were getting on themselves, Katie just flips the script on Seth, in my opinion, and also because he didn't want to get on the same page as them when he knew they weren't being truthful. And then Chris and Katie, never forget that Chris and Katie went on a smear campaign of Sebastian, talking about how he isn't fit to be around Chris's daughter Faith. And they're doing that in order to, again, blame Sebastian. And then they actively start smearing Seth. And then we see the circus. right? With people who are about to jump on the bandwagon. Oh, yeah, I want to smear someone. I don't care if it's true or not, right? But again, in the beginning, this is what Katie has to say about Sebastian and his relationship with his father. Now, Chris comes in and he says, I mean, two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We're just like every parent. So we together are a singular. Weird. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, he's almost in contact with me almost daily. Chris, you are so full of shit. You're full of it. You are full of it. Hey, lover girl. Just full of it.
About each of them. Chris's answer is very different. He says, I mean, two different households. So he's already set up the different things. The communication between the three of us is great. So there was 4 people we spoke about: Sebastian, Chris, Katie, biological dad. But he only talks about the 3. He's completely, I believe, disregarded Sebastian because he's talking about the 2 different households. So he's completely disregarded Sebastian. And I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. So again, disregarding Sebastian with his we, this is just him, Katie, and biological dad. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team, we work, and we come up solutions with as we best see fit. So he hasn't mentioned Sebastian at all here. This is about parenting. That's what's important to him. And then he says, I mean, he's in contact with him almost daily. Don't know which he means there. Is it Sebastian? Is it the dad? But he's spoken about adults there all the time. Sebastian has been put aside there. Interesting that when they're asked about the relationship, Katie says we talk regularly, and Chris says the communication between the 3 of us is great. The relationships are more than about talking regularly. I know people I talk about regularly that I don't talk to regularly. I don't have a great relationship with. I know people I'm in communication with that I don't have a great relationship with. So actually, they talk a lot and there are disagreements, but they don't really give a good sense of what the relationship is like. Don't talk about what they disagree on at all as well.
Let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
But I mean, he's very smart.
He's
he can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
So this is a question about Sebastian's autism. And the question is, I mean, again, I'm just not a fan of this woman, but autism has many, many forms. And she goes to how determined he was about certain things or his mindset, rather than just leaving it as an open question. Katie says and then Chris goes into him.
Okay, so yeah, here's Katie. She's not even allowed to explain her own son or answer the question. And this is kind of where we see Chris kind of trying to take over, of course. But, you know, again, I agree with what's being said here because, well, many reasons. Highly functioning. He's highly functioning. Well, he's not a robot. He's not a sectional couch that's functional in your living room. He's a whole person, right? An individual person. And it's almost like, well, tell us the difficulties with Sebastian, right? Kind of a thing. And again, I'm sure she sat with them in the living room as they set up and everything and talked with them. So again, she's not saying, tell us about Sebastian. I understand he has a form of autism, and just leave it at that and let her Katie, his mother, who knows him the best, answer the question. She doesn't do that.
Being stubborn. Now, the question was about being determined, so it was a slightly leading question. It wasn't tell us great things about autism. What great qualities does he have because he has this autism, like his curiosity or his creativeness.
Amen. Amen. It's never anything good, you know. And also, she is leading them because, like I said, she spoke to them before, and she already knows what they're gonna say, and she's trying to sugarcoat it for them.
The interviewer just went on determined. So it's a very close question. Chris doesn't say determined, he says stubborn, which is a negative, a word with negative connotations. So I think that interesting again that Chris has gone to the negative qualities that Sebastian has, his behavior.
Well, and we know that she wouldn't be a good Pollyanna Thompson if she didn't try to sugarcoat it for Chris, because she already knows that he's gone and said very negative things about Sebastian. So she's trying to polish the turds, so to speak, right? She's trying to sprinkle some sugar on his words because he's an asshole. And, you know, stubborn and determined can be used in a positive way to say it would be determined. A negative way to say it would be stubborn. Point blank, period. I'm brash. I'm respectful. No, you're not.
And now being stubborn. But we're asked about his autism. Do you feel that was a clear answer? He can play chess. He loves playing games, and he's stubborn, and he's a one-man track. But does that really describe the autism to you? The bad things about it or the good things about it? We get he's stubborn and he can play chess. It's almost a very stereotypical description of autism, that there is some stubbornness or determination there. Some might call it ambition. Some might call it drive. Some might call it passion. And he's smart. He can play chess. But I don't feel that's a clear answer that really explains Sebastian's autism. Something else I feel that is being kept from us by Chris and Katie.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community.
Okay. So I guarantee you, right? Trust me. He's overdoing it. He's laying it on thick. Like a greasy car salesman with a dirty mullet and a baby curl. Lovergirl says that this lady, Pollyanna Holly Thompson, I think you're referring to, tries to supply the answers for them. I absolutely agree, because she knows intuitively they can't say the right thing. Yeah, and she already knows, like, she's interviewed them, right? And she's local and she knows everything that's been done. You know, she might even have some behind the scenes information. There might be people emailing her with information, right? So she's trying to pretty it up. She's trying to put a little bow on it, and it's not working, right? She just can't quite tie that bow pretty enough because people are like, no, this is not right. Not at all. But I mean, look, and he's so guilty, he just shakes his head no. And then Katie's over there rocking.
There's no malice. That we just want our boy home.
There's no malice. No one said there was any malice. You're the one that's saying there's no malice. What? Why would you? What?
Bad. But
woof. Did they answer the question? The question is, if Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want to hear? What do you want him to hear from you right now? And Katie answers that question. She talks directly to Sebastian. We love you so much. We want you to come home. You're not in trouble. And notice she talks for the pair of them. She says, we love you, Sebastian, talking directly to him so much. And we want you to come home and you're not in trouble. So Katie answers the question and talks for herself and Chris and talks directly to Sebastian.
All right. So I'm sorry. I know I have to keep doing this, but she's lying her pants off. Katie, it looks to me like Sebastian was in trouble. So you keep saying, and you're not in trouble, and you're not in trouble. If you could talk directly to Sebastian, that's what you would tell him, that he's not in trouble. But you want us to believe that he was in a good mood, that it was pretty normal, that he was even keeled, he was behaving. Oh, spare me.
Chris, on the other hand, talks to the interviewer. I guarantee you he is loved. So he talks on his own behalf. I, Chris, guarantee you, the interviewer, he is loved. So Sebastian's over there in the third person, far away, not.
And you guys want to know something really ironic or just interesting? A little fun fact about, the word malice. Chris uses it in this day 8 interview, and there's a guy out there that has searched for Sebastian with his dog that's named Malice as well. So, and Thomas, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Why would you even bring up that word guilty conscience? Maybe exactly. And he's like, oh, just trust me. There's no malice. There's no malice. Nobody said you were. You're supposedly a parent that doesn't know where their child is, and you're asking the public for help, and you're trying to plead for him. And that's what she asked you to do. She asked you if you could say something to Sebastian. And again, what, you're telling Sebastian there's no malice? Hey, Army vet, there's no malice? Really? So Katie wants to tell him that he's not in trouble, and you want to tell him there's no malice. Okay, gotcha.
Talking directly to Sebastian, which he's been asked to do. For some reason, he doesn't do that, and he talks to the interviewer and talks for himself, whereas Katie has talked for himself, for Chris and herself. And trust me, open arms are waiting for him. So again, Sebastian's very different. Sebastian's just him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. He says we again. So he does talk we, but just the ones want our boy home. So again, not talking directly to Sebastian. Badly. We have this repetition again. Look, you're not in trouble. There's no malice. It's these things that are stated in the negative. Are they frightened? Why would you be saying that unless you're not frightened, unless you're frightened that Sebastian is away, feeling that he is in trouble and that there's malice towards him? Why do you have to say those things? And why can't you say them in a more positive kind of way? Chris says open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. Now, he doesn't say his arms explicitly. He doesn't say my arms are open waiting for you to come home, Sebastian. He just says there are generic open arms.
Right. It's generic open arms, and it's not his arms are open because Mr. Chris doesn't show Sebastian love like that, does he? No, Sebastian knows Mr. Chris for saying things like he likes to have accidents in his pants, or because he's not wearing a belt, he got a whack, kind of got him. Then he's got to go to school and tell his teacher about it or show her, right? We know that he's called Sebastian names before. We know about the ultimatum. So again, no, it's never going to be his arms are wide open. Chris made other statements too, where he said deep down inside, Sebastian knows. Deep down inside, Sebastian knows? Why is it deep down? How come he just doesn't know that you love him? Do you just never tell him that? Oh, wait, yeah, you don't, right? Because you're not a stepdad, you're a stepfoot. And you stink.
And then every parent, every family member, probably everyone in the community. And I wonder about what he means by family members. family members have come up before as we've been looking at the words. And there was another little excerpt at the very start of the interview, which we didn't play, where they talked about family members as well. Have a listen to this.
He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
I get they are Sebastian's family, but he talks about family again, waiting for Sebastian to come, not him. Why is that? Anyway, that's the analysis of Chris and Katie. What are my conclusions? From what I've heard there, something happened the night Sebastian went missing inside that house. It was that evening, something happened that caused his disappearance, that caused him to leave the house. I don't know what it was, but something happened from the words, from the way they skirt around it, and from the way they talk about it. And whatever happened, that was what caused Sebastian to leave. And I don't know whether he did walk out the house or was pushed out the house, but it was Sebastian that left rather than, someone taking him away somewhere, I believe. Was it related to Sebastian's behavior? Did they just get tired of what they perceived as his bad behavior, or was his behavior causing them tension or stress? I mean, we saw quite a bit of control in Chris, a little bit in Katie as well, quite a bit of authoritarianism. So I think, was he going against them, or was he doing things that didn't make them happy? Is that what caused some sort of row, some sort of fight that was this incident? Are the wider family involved in what happened? I don't know, but I do have that sense of wider family. But
I do too. And, I think it's interesting that he says he has a sense of a wider family involvement, because I know that Katie wasn't in this alone. I know that Chris and Katie weren't just in it alone. Logistically speaking, it just doesn't work without having at least one or two more involved. And if we're to think that Sebastian has been put somewhere, then that is more people that are involved. There's more people involved. So I would love for this gentleman to analyze Nina's words and what Nina had to say. Because I think that once he realizes how deep the family likes to get involved in situations such as this, I think that that would solidify it for him.
I think most importantly, from just that interview, and I know there's a whole lot more happen, I don't see signs of guilty knowledge beyond hiding what happened that night. Maybe they've been asked to by law enforcement. I don't know. Maybe they're ashamed of what they did and out of embarrassment, they don't want to talk about it. I don't see signs of guilty knowledge. Look at them talking about Sebastian in the present tense. Look at Katie talking directly to Sebastian as well. All those are all reassuring signs. I didn't see any signs of guilty knowledge from them. So some things to help you. Remember, repeated words or ideas, just like we saw the repetition of behavior, trouble, malice in there. I think that gives us a sense of what was going on inside that family. When people are missing, tenses can be really important. And that hidden truth, we had a relatively good relationship. He seemed to be well behaved. All those things, those words will reveal the truth of what is going on. You are the marketing for Never a Truer Word. So if you can share this with.
Okay, again, guys, Never a Truer Word, great channel. And I think the guilty knowledge is pouring out of them as well. Definitely, Little Miss Sharon. But also, if we're just looking at this interview, I could see where he's saying they do use the proper tenses, and I never noticed that before, which I think is interesting. I think that what he's saying about them not having the guilty knowledge, I don't think he's talking about them not having involvement. I think he thinks they're involved and the family's involved. But I think he's talking more so as they're the ones that hold the key, but they're not they're hiding what they know. They're hiding what they know happened to Sebastian. So I found that to be interesting as well. But I think it does. I think especially as we've watched all of the other interviews, considering all of them too, it just kind of pours out that they know that they're hiding the facts of what happened. And that's a scary thought. And guys, I appreciate you guys getting us up to 100 likes today. That is awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Um, KJ says, I guarantee, in my opinion, is like saying, I bet. It has doubt in it. Even a money back guarantee realizes some people will return it for a refund. Yeah, I agree with that too. And it's just like you know, when you put a guarantee on a box, it's a guaranteed piece of shit, right? And it's like Tommy Boy, right? I could get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a, okay, anyway. But yeah, definitely. And when somebody says, trust me, trust me, trust me, right? I mean, now if somebody says it in a way that you know that another person isn't trusting you, then that's what causes you to kind of say, trust me when I say it, right? Or if somebody is very adamant about a certain topic and you're like, hey, look, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Or if somebody says something like, I think I'm a horrible person, and you say, trust me or not, right? You're trying to garner that trust. And I think that Chris just misses the mark every single time. Brenda says, and also, uh, the sheriff said that they were yelling for Sebastian, telling him he is not in trouble in case he was hiding and scared to come out for the police. In my opinion, that's where Katie got that, in my opinion. Oh, I got you, Brenda. Hey, that's interesting. Yeah, I do remember them, and they were talking about coaxing him out, right? With Eye of the Tiger, his favorite song. Yeah, so they absolutely thought that Sebastian had gotten in trouble and that he was hiding from his parents. I agree completely. Yelling, Sebastian, you're not in trouble, right? Because he's scared. Hmm. Yeah, that's a very important detail. And again, that's what's making them look for him in the places that they were looking for him. I mean, and thank you, Jack Fox. Never a truer word. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thomas Randall says this guy didn't know they changed their tenses from the beginning. They adapted to every interview they did. Yeah, they have, and that's the one thing that's really interesting. I mean, Jack Fox has done 4 videos total. We're gonna go over the one tonight that he does with Seth, um, and analyzing his interview, Seth's interview, that is, and there's a lot that he doesn't know, but I think it's interesting that going off of the little that he does know, he comes to some of the conclusions that he does. And so I just think it's interesting. It's a fresh perspective. It's not anybody that seems to be on one side of the aisle or the other, just kind of giving, some fresh perspective. So I enjoy that. Liberty says, remember what Craddock said that very last time he spoke about this case to anyone. Craddock stated that they have things, but that, quote, there are things of a sensitive nature involved in this case, end quote, right? That to me means CPS has him and the case is sealed. I wonder about that as well, and about the way that he words that statement. And I know there's been a lot of speculation about how much evidence they actually have, because I think they have a lot more than they're letting on. I'm not talking about them saying they don't have a scent when they did or something like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the circumstantial evidence that they have is probably overwhelming, right? Yes, Mitty, I agree. Nina was so brave. I mean, she really isn't. Because it's never ending with a narcissist. So, exactly. Yeah, KJ, and we kind of knew that from really early on. I think people started realizing that Chris is such a bullshitter, right? But then, we did hear that from Seth, and he says no. And also there were a lot of different songs that Sebastian liked, And even Chris and Katie backtracked on that when they did an interview with Queen Bee. You know, Katie's like, "Oh, he likes, a lot of different music." Right? He likes this song, he likes that song, Uptown Funk You Up, right? Bruno Mars, all that. So yeah, they knew that that wasn't believable. I mean, he's not, an 80s kid like a lot of us are, right? Or 70s where you kind of grew up and that was like the, a cult classic Rocky movies, right? And then that was where that song is the most popular. So, yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying that there aren't, kids out there that are old souls that enjoy old music, but just wasn't believable, especially when, Chris is sitting there naming off all these other ones like Eddie Vedder again, Sebastian didn't grow up in 90s grunge. So it's just unbelievable. Like really unbelievable. So yes, absolutely. Nina and the what she spoke about was incredibly brave and incredibly candid and honest in my opinion, and I very much appreciate her doing that. Katie was the first one to use past tense in the interviews. Yeah, yeah, and they did it, and he also, probably hasn't heard the Duchess interview, probably hasn't heard a lot of them. But I would be interested to hear what he thinks, and I think that we could also apply some of this to when we analyze it ourselves. Liberty says police cannot comment if CPS has a child in their custody. Right. Yeah. And we know that there are a lot of issues with CPS and with their dishonesty. Um, just unbelievable, really. I mean, there's so much. There's so much that could have happened in that regard. And them holding back that last CPS report is a big reason why I wouldn't say, "Oh no, that couldn't be." I can't accept that, right? Because that is one reason why I think that that could very well be true. Thomas says, Brenda, she did the same thing in the last interview she did. Nobody can be that uneducated. Yeah, well, I mean, she tiptoes around the tenses, is because she's so nervous that she's going to use the wrong one, in my opinion. But I agree, she does that a lot. You know, yeah, he's the one that likes those songs. I agree, Liberty. Yeah, yeah, he's got to be the star of the show. He thinks he's going to break the internet. He thinks he has that capability. You know, unbelievable. Betty H says, I'm 99.999% sure he did not make it home. Thank you, Betty H, for weighing in. What does our poll say, guys? Let's see. Oh my gosh, we are still at 50-50. Wow. We are still at 50-50, you guys. That's really interesting to me because I didn't think it was going to. I thought we might be tipped in one way or the other, is what I was thinking. Yes, I know, Liberty. I know. Big jerk. Big jerk. Um, yeah. Yeah. Oh, KJ wants us to get up that poll. Come on, get those numbers in. Um, yeah, very, very interesting to know that you guys, some of you really, like we're split. We're split down the middle. And I appreciate you guys, weighing in on the poll. Next time I'll put an unsure in there in order to kind of, in case somebody isn't quite sure of, what's they're thinking or not. I just think that's so interesting, you guys. I really appreciate that. And we've been doing more polls. I know I did the last couple of polls were silly ones, like is JLR's member institutionalized or not. But in the same way, I think the polls are fun. It gets you guys interacting, and I appreciate everyone that participated as well. I do want to show you guys one last thing because we never did our like little celebration for the channel 2 year, right? We did like a celebration when I was going live for 1 year. But never have we done like a little appreciation for the 2 year. So let me get that on the stage here so I can click in.
I'm with my old styles, big stuff. Let's make a hot bus, missed us. And when we do it like that, yeah, the people want it like that. You dangerous, you faking us. We shake it up, you craving us, yeah. And when we do it like that, I like that. All the people from around this world, put up your hands, let's break this down. Let's do it like that. I like that. Woo! All the people from around this world, put up your hands, let's make this work. Let's do it like that, yeah. I like that. All the people from around this world, put up your hands, let's make this work. Let's do it like that. I like that.
Okay, guys. So that group, I'm gonna have to start putting the music in the description, but that is one of the apps I pay for music from, and reminds me of like Gwen Stefani vibe or something like that. But either way, thank you so much, Gail, and thank you, Little Miss Sharon. Thank you to everyone, guys. We're just gonna continue to grow and cover these cases in the best way that we can. I'm just a regular person, but I do enjoy analyzing this stuff with you guys. Again, I do want to go over Seth's interview tonight from the same creator, right? And let me grab up their link too really quick one more time. Really appreciate their work on just a bunch of different cases. I didn't realize that he did statement analysis for Stephen Avery. That was a great big case that was interesting, and they did a whole Netflix deal on it, and so on and so forth. So, just really do enjoy listening to other people's perspectives, and let's kind of go back to what Seth is saying as well, in the interviews, and what this person can pick out. And this is Jack Fox, right? Never a truer word. Really, really great fresh content that something that we've never gone over before, although we have gone over all the interviews. So thank you. Thank you, Liberty. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome, and I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day. In terms of the JLR case, what I'm going to do there is that if anything more outrageous comes out, I would like to discuss it, I guess, but not too far of an extent. There have been a bunch of videos that Plunder has put out, and she's put out this audio from the FOIAs that she does, and she's very fact based. So I'd like to present some of that stuff with you guys. But I don't want to spend too long on it. Look, I don't agree with domestic violence. I left the scroll up because I know it's still a very hot topic right now, and hopefully people are listening. I was reading some comments last night, and even in Shanann Watts's case, many people have reached out to the family and said, if it wasn't for Shanann and her story, I would have stayed in an abusive relationship. And so it's just, we cannot let these people for lack of a better word, die in vain, right? There's a story behind it. It's important to recognize what was going on and, you know, get yourself out of it. If you're seeing similarities or if it's too familiar, it's just really, really important. And it will always be an issue, Mama. You're right. Yeah, it's so sad. It's sad because there's many misconceptions, but I think the more that we talk about it, we can evolve because I think it's a taboo. It's just like these Chester cheetahs. We're all shocked when we hear about it, But then it's like, well, we're not allowed to talk about it though. So how can we stop something or come up with solutions when we're not allowed to talk about the problem? That's the way that we can form solutions, is if we can identify what the issues are and then, come up with some solutions. So again, I'd like to see more of that. I think it's important, but we're just going to kind of stick to the facts now that we've done a little bit of, the sillier parts about it, because it's just such a serious issue. But I will try to get some of that out to you guys as well. And then I'm not sure if we will still have Tamara up on the panel this week or maybe later on. I'm just not sure. I've been checking in on her to see how she's doing and things like that. But other than that, I don't want to put too much pressure on, because I know they're very stressed out right now. And it just might not be the best time. Although I'm always open to do that. So we will be talking more about Devlin's case. And again, when you guys see that link was dropped for the War Room Discord, please take a look at that as well. So I don't foresee any issues creating that or anything like that. So I should be able to have that up fairly soon. So if I don't get back with you guys tonight and I do drop some videos instead, that might be something that is gonna that will be just something different that will change up. But then again, we can always do, a day short show tomorrow. So either way, I love you guys all so very, very, very much. You guys are all amazing, and I appreciate your insight and you guys bringing in these important details into memory again, or reminding us, okay, remember this, remember when this was said. That's also very important for what we're trying to build, a more accurate timeline, or see where we missed something, see where there's holes, see where we can fill in the gaps there. So, you know, yeah, don't give any power. Yeah, don't give anyone your power. That's right, mama. That's so right. Yeah, and I mean, and if you are in an abusive relationship, or you think you might be, you could always call, the 1-800-799-7233. Or text begin to 88788. There's also like a live chat option. So if you think that you are experiencing some of the red flags or warning signs, you can always ask them too and say, I'm not sure if this is what I'm going through, but it sure seems like it, and your gut is always going to be your most powerful instinct, in my opinion. Um, don't ever deny that. Don't ever mute that and say, no, because many times you're going to be right. And most of the time I've regretted it when I didn't follow my gut instinct. So sometimes they're not always spot on. But either way, I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your evening. And like I said, if I do put a live up, I'll put it up around 10 o'clock, so we'll know that it'll be about 11:30. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much, and I will see you all next time.